I have myself, oh, then think say na defense, oh. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go learn to pretend, oh. Do not run away. Find us over oh. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I thought. Biafra Latago. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I know. That is why I say, that is why I say,
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you via Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 11th day of December 2025. That's Aboboche being Thursday. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers to this sacred platform where we preach the gospel of both physical and mental emancipation, because this is the most important job of the restoration, reversing our programmed brains, our mentalities to understand how things work. This is our rallying point. This is where we worship. Remember, Radio Biafra is in defense of freedom. This is a revolutionary radio. We tell you here what you can never hear, or what they can never tell you in the mainstream media. What they can never tell you in the mainstream media is what we inform you here, facts and figures. And that is why we urge our listeners, please invite your brothers, your sisters, your children, your mothers, fathers, grandparents, please, your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies, please invite them. Call them and tell them the hour has come for them to draw onto their various listening devices for Radio Biafra London, because there are multiple platforms where you can listen, or through which you can listen to Radio Biafra London. There are multiple platforms because we are simulcasting both on FM. We are on FM in various parts of Biafra land. We are on frequency modulation 102 CHK 102.1 in many parts of Biafra land. And we continue expanding until every part of Biafra land is covered. It is an uphill task. It is a very tedious journey, but we must get there. We never surrender because we know that we are on the right path. We are doing the right thing. Nigeria, with their vast, funds, with their vast financial resources and their connections, they are not able to stop what we are doing because we are doing the right thing. That is it. They are the ones that are trying to cover up with lies and lies and lies. And know ye that lies will one day expire. Lies expire. That is it. But reality, truth, continues forever. That is what we are in. Therefore, you have no excuse. Join us on FM in many parts of Biafra land. 102.1, CHK 102.1 in parts of Biafra land. In also the wider zoo, we are on satellite. You can be listening via satellite, free to air satellite. We are there on satellite, please. On the radio section, you can be listening. You can tune in and search for Radio Biafra London, and you'll be hearing us live and direct. Because today, being Thursday, is the 11th day of December 2025. That's Abobo Cheke. You can also download our very low data consuming application. It is called IPOB Community Radio. It is in your Google Play Store. It is in the Play Store. In the phone you are using, the smartphone you are using. As long as you are connected, download IPOB Community Radio. You can also, in addition, you can download Simple Radio, and or Radio Garden. These are different applications through which you can be listening to us. Once you download IPOB Community Radio, automatically you'll be hearing, you'll be listening. But if you download other applications like Simple Radio or Radio Garden, now inside it you search for Radio Biafra London, and you will be listening. You can also log into our mother page, www.ipob.org, www.ipob.org. And inside there, once you are logged in, you will see where it is written live broadcast. Click there. You are just only a click away from listening to us through there. Click on live broadcast, and you'll be listening. Whether it's in your laptop, whether it's in your desktop, whether it is in your smartphone, it is the same thing. Besides, there also is written support ESN. Donate to IPOB support ESN through PayPal. You can do the needful by support what we are doing, because what we are doing is a voluntary job, but it needs money, because IPOB needs finance in order to continue the work that IPOB is doing, in order to continue. Therefore, support what we are doing, support IPOB. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you on today's program. Today is I continue repeating the date so that you understand that today we are live and direct. When you check the date I am mentioning, compare it to that day, you know whether it is live or not. Because sometimes some people start inboxing me, Mazi, are you live? Or repeat. So please, that is why from time to time I continue repeating the date. Therefore, we must continue doing the needful. We are Biafrans, and we have no atom of doubt that we are doing the right thing. We are doing the right thing. It is not easy, but it's not impossible, because there is no other way than the hard way. Therefore, as you may know, today we will continue on the same series of the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. Today we are going to talk just a bit about Sharia law. That is what we are going to talk about, discuss about it, just a little bit about it, because many people don't understand what this thing means and what it is being used for. Mostly, it is very, very simple. It is very, very simple, you know. So, here it is our duty, in order to give out the information, factual information, and according to Emmanuel Bosun, he told the congregation that what we give out the information, whatever you do with the information depends on you. Some people will use it judiciously, while some others might jettison the information. Therefore, the information you get here, it depends on you what you use it for. Some people will go further into making verifications. Some people will go further into making researches about the information which we give out here, which is highly appreciated. Because we don't tell you to automatically accept what we say, but go into researches and find out whether what we are saying is factual. That is it. Because when you go into research now, it will facilitate you to know. You've had it, now you know. Through research, you confirm. And while confirming, as you confirm, you've known the truth, you have known it. And once you know that truth, it will also set you free. Because when you know the truth shall set you free. He didn't say when you hear the truth. No, you might hear the truth without even caring to go further into knowing it. That is why we urge each and every one of us to always make researches. Researches is questioning. You question, subjecting everything to the author of reason. The time of belief is no more. We are in the time of knowledge, the era of knowing. How do you know? You investigate, you make researches and find out. And once you have found out, you have known it. That is it. You can be making references, you can be preaching it. That is how it is done. Therefore, please invite your friends and well-wishers. And don't forget that tomorrow being Friday, the 12th day of December, Mazi Chinedu will be here on this hallowed platform in order to make some explosive expositions. What you are seeing in Imo State is worrisome. The Supreme Court governor of Imo State, his time is almost up, wrapping up. His 8th year is wrapping up. That is why he wants to clean up his, his mess, so that no other people, not a new governor, will come and start, seeing the mess he committed. So he has finished using the people they use, the criminals, the kidnappers, all those things they have been doing, automatically tagging it to IPOB. All of a sudden, you have kidnappers then that has nothing to do with discovered, so quote unquote discovered. You have organ harvesting slaughterhouses being quote unquote discovered. All of a sudden, IPOB has been shouting on this, that these people are working hand in hand with Hope Uzodinma in order to keep everybody on the hill. Every citizen living in Imo State on the hill, so that they will not have time to ask questions about the governor. That is the thing. And in order to heap all these atrocities, they heap it on IPOB, using it to convict Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. These are things all of a sudden they are discovering them. These things has been there. Many bloggers, IPOB has been crying, eyewitnesses has been shouting about it. The IPOB has been crying all the time about it for many years. They kept quiet. All of a sudden, Hope Uzodinma wants to. As he's getting out of office after subjugating, killing our people for 80. He is the worst killer in Imo State. I am telling you, the worst governor, the worst of the worst. After killing and destroying, using his criminal gang in order to destroy, kill, murder, massacre, harvest organs, kidnap, while heaping it on IPOB. Now all of a sudden they are discovering things every day. And little wonder, most of those people have run away. They are tipped off, they go so that you go so that they don't, or if they see them, they kill them so that they will not talk. This is how, this is politics of self-destruction, which our people are engaged in. Self-destructive politics. They don't do politics in order to advance our collective interest. They advance, or they only advance their selfish interests while diminishing our collective interests. That is it. And that is how they fell. You see the situation of Biafrans in Nigeria, the situations of Igbos in Nigeria is mostly due to the very amateur and bad politics which they play. Very selfish politics, right from the word go. Those that play politics of collective interest, they get it all. Do you see what do you call it? Him, the first Sadana of Sokoto in the 1960s, Ahmad Bello. He played the politics of collective interest. He called it northernization agenda. He didn't come out to say that, oh, no, everything is for him. No. He protected, openly cared about the caliphate, the Sokoto caliphate, which he massed into northern Nigeria. You know? And that is why they have it all. But I think you and the successful, his successors and others, they play individual selfish politics. I think he wants to be the Nigerian president at all costs. It doesn't matter what it takes. Even if it takes relegating his people to the background, even if it takes him having no power, but only empty drum, you know, no political power, but he is a president being promoted in the eyes of people, lying to our people as if he is anything or he was anything, but he is not. He was nothing. So this is about politics. Again, you don't see the same thing. Nothing maker. Now look at, in order the position you are holding, it is very, very delicate. Look at what other people are planning. You can prevent it. It is preventable. You can prevent it so that there will be no catastrophe against our people. But he said, now who they talk that? Now you know, see me now. Now me be the head of state. Who be that? Now me be again you don't see now. Now me be again you don't see. Where ocean no the, where river no the swallow. Again alligator. Where crocodile, where river no the swallow. So now me, who go do that? Before he understands what was happening, his head was no more there. These are the very bad politics that led to where we are today. And the issue is our people never learn from history. That is the most saddest part of it. They continue playing the same type of selfish politics. You see, today you see every time the southwestern governors, they have meetings. It doesn't matter their differences in political parties. They have conferences together, meet together to discuss their regional issues. But we are southeast, even south-south. Where are they? Who will be together? Who will be the leader? Very selfish, you know, politics of animal kingdom they play. When you have all of them, nobody talks. No, they don't care for what happened. Oh, yes, this one. Hey, they build road. They build this. So building road and building here, yes. But what about our collective interest as a region? Do they discuss about it? Do they meet themselves face to face and forget about I am APC, I am PDP, I am this party, I am, put it aside and talk about the problem that is the problems that are facing us as a people. Do they care? The answer is no. They continue the same mistake. That is pathetic. Before I continue, let me just read because I think I'm waiting for Mazi or Basi to join me. Before I continue, I want to read this news about the continuous detention of ex-AGF, Attorney General of the Federation, Malame. This was on yesterday's news headline. He has been detained for many days for money laundering and terrorist financing. You know, let me tell you what is happening. Now they are trying to sacrifice the sacrificable in order to prove to the United States that they are doing something. That is what you should know. They are trying to sacrifice. Remember, Olawumi, he said it that they know the terrorist sponsors, financiers. They know them. The Nigerian Secret Service know them. The Nigerian Secret Service knows them by their name. Those that are in high places, they know them. So, why are they not tackling them? Because it is not easy. These are people in Asorok. These are, you know, anything like Malami, what he's saying now. Because this is how they are persecuting me. My political enemies are persecuting me. They found out multiple accounts amounting to billions and billions of naira and dollars on him. This was the Attorney General of Nigeria that also played a very big role in convicting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. These are the people. This is what we are seeing in Nigeria. Let me read a bit. Let me take a paragraph. According to EFCC, they said, according to DSS, sorry, they said, or is it EFCC? Yes, EFCC. He is presently in our custody. He was initially granted bail, but did not meet the conditions. The offenses against him are many. These are people that are serving in a justice, the head of justice in Nigeria, Attorney General. But he is filthy as pig. Presently, we are investigating him for 18 different offenses. Some of them are money laundering, abuse of office, and terrorism financing. We cannot put a figure to the amount involved now because we keep uncovering some of the deals as we investigate. This is the person in whose office Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned. These are the people. Very filthy as pig in their deals and characters. But they will be in the office dispensing justice. How do you think that somebody like this, a terrorist, can dispense justice? How? But this is Nigeria and nothing more. Therefore, I'm still waiting for Mazi Obasi to join me. I will go a bit into what I have today about the topic as it continues is the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. And today I want to talk about Sharia law. You know, before there is a clip I will play, which you have also heard, and many of you have seen it on social media, you know, and it is baffling, mind-boggling how the caliphate have to defend the Sharia law, even if it means destroying Nigeria they cherish. Now, before I continue, let me just give you a synopsis of what Sharia means. Sharia in Islam is a primary explanation or definition of Sharia. Sharia is Islam's divine, legal, and ethical code. Remember, once something is divine, there is nothing you can do. It is, it's unchallengeable. It comes from their God, Allah. Call it anything. So they say the Sharia is Islam's divine legal and ethical code derived from the Quran. Quran is their holy book, as you have Bible, and the teachings stroke practices of Prophet Muhammad. It is called Sunnah and Hadith, guiding Muslims on spiritual, moral, and daily life, covering worship, that is prayer, fasting to family, finance, and criminal justice. You can see that Sharia law covers every aspect of their life, including criminal justice. So, as I will play the clip, if they are telling you that no, Sharia is different, the criminal justice of Nigeria will take precedence, that is nonsense. They are using their normal diplomacy, which they call takia, in order to deceive you. It covers everything. That is Sharia. The punishment for some crimes is fixed. That is, they call it in Arabic had, Hadd. Death, that is death for apostasy. Apostasy in Sharia is conversion from Islam to either Christianity or any other religion. It is banned by Sharia law because the penalty is death. That is what Sharia means. Amputation of the hand for theft, and of the hand and foot for highway robbery. Death by stoning for blasphemy. You see why they killed Samuel, what do you call her? Samuel, Deborah Samuel. That is why they stoned and burnt her to death, because they are operating on Sharia. Do you see it? Though Deborah Samuel is not a Muslim, he's a Christian, but they have to do it because it is a divine law. In a country of secularity or multi-religion, and extramarital sexual relations, that is zina, when the offender is married, and that is they stone you to death for extramarital sexual relations when the offender is married, and 100 lashes of strokes of cane when the offender is unmarried, and 80 lashes for an unproved accusation of unchastity, that is qadhf, and for the drinking of any intoxicant, that is anything, let's say alcohol or alcoholic beverages. That is why even in Kanu, according to the news, they destroyed thousands of beer bottles, thousands, and confiscated the lorry carrying it, and gave it to handed it over to the Hizbah police. That is a country you and I are as fellow citizens, whereas we don't know anything about Sharia. It is not our way of life, but they force us to be in there. Do you see what we are suffering? And they are denying that there is no Christian genocide. But I will go further, please. I will go further. I will go further, please, in talking about it. Now, I want you to listen. I want you to listen to this clip. You might have listened to it. You might have heard it. Yes, I think I'm now joined by Mazi. Mazi Obasi. Yes, please. Before I continue playing the clip which I wanted to because I've been waiting for you to join. Please, Mazi, please, can you introduce yourself? Make your introductory statement before I continue. Mazi, please. Mazi Obasi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There, Mazi, please go on, go on. Just your introductory statement before I continue. Mazi, are you still there? Mazi, just hold on, hold on. Your voice was not coming out. Can you hear me, please? Just hold on. I don't know. I hope you are hearing me. Don't mute. Just hold on. Don't mute. Let me see. Are you hearing me now? Mazi, please talk. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now it's okay.
Loud
Please.
and clear, I can hear you.
Yeah, go on now. Go on now. Your introductory statement, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Today, like I said, my name is Mazi Obasi, and today I'm going to present some very timely and powerful discussion that I believe every indigenous person or people in Nigeria as it is today, including and especially the people of the Middle Belt, Plateau, Southern Kaduna, Benue, Nasarawa, and so forth. You know, we feel your deep history of resistance and struggle for identity and other things. Today, I am here to remind you that your story has a twin, a very powerful one, and that twin happens to be born in more than 1,500 kilometers far away in Ghana. So here today, as a student of history, I am going to share with you the history of the Ashanti people in Ghana and how this history is very identical to yours and how you can draw from this history. Learn about how these people who were subjugated, like you are currently being subjugated by the caliphate, how they came together, form a confederacy that has not only made them survive, but has helped them and make them a pre-colonial superpower and currently one of the most powerful kingdom in Africa. And I can tell you for sure, the most powerful kingdom in Ghana. We can draw from their history, and for every tribe, every clan, every ethnicity that are currently fragmented across, the borders that has been created politically in Nigeria, you can learn from them, seek that inspiration, and know how to not only resist, but to forge ahead, organize yourself, and become a powerful people that you may be able to withstand what is going on currently. Thank you very much. This is where I will stop for now until I'm invited back. Day one.
There, Mazi, thank you very much. And before you go there, I will just continue a bit on what I want also to talk about the the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. Today I want to talk about a bit about the Sharia, please. And I am playing this clip. This clip. Let me play the clip to analyze it a bit, because these people, they are manipulators. They know how to manipulate. They are, you know, how do I put it? They are smart politicians. Let me put it like that, because politicians can manipulate very easily. They will tell you lies, they will tell you half truths, and paint it for you to look as truth. Listen, please. This is in retaliation, or in they are talking against the pressure on Nigeria in order to abolish Sharia law, because the American government is seeing it as, which rightly seeing it as, the source of the terrorism in Nigeria. Please listen.
Nation. With the benefit of hindsight, This does not come as a surprise. Past American governments had once announced that Nigeria would break by 2015. When that did not happen, after 10 years, they are now taking deliberate steps to make it happen. It seems like the plot they are working on is to instigate a religious crisis in the country by provoking the Muslim population.
So he said they want to provoke religious crisis. Now I ask listeners, Biafrans and every listener here, that is a Nigerian or that is conversant or has been conversant with the Nigeria far and recent history. Has there been no religious crisis in Nigeria? He said they want to provoke religious crisis, as if there has not been religious crisis in the northern Nigeria, being provoked by the Sokoto Caliphate. Can you answer that? Just think. They say people are trying to provoke religious crisis because why? Because they are now, the Trump administration is trying to go direct to the root cause, direct to the center of gravity, according to Olawumi, the center of gravity of the problem. Not fighting foot soldiers only, say direct. And these people are telling the public that, oh, they are now provoking religious crisis, as if there has not been religious crisis in Nigeria even before independence. What about the Maitasini? What about them? What about, different denothanization agenda by Ahmad Bello? What about, the jihad, the Ottoman Danfodio jihadism started in 1804 that established this Sokoto Caliphate through jihadism as an Islamic state, Fulani Empire. And he is talking about provocation of religious crisis. Come on. We expose their lies. Anywhere they go, we expose them. And that is why they are mad at IPOB, because they don't want their lies to be exposed. Because they see Nigerian indigenous population, from the Hausa to the TV to everybody, down to Igbos, as people that are easygoing, manipulable set of people. You shall look at how Nigerians are. They now take Muslim ticket. Nigerian Christians are there laughing and drinking, going to church and taking their miracles in the church. They grab power everywhere. Listen, continue listening, please.
Recently, the US President Donald Trump made an accusation that there was a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, even confirming that churches were being burned and Christians killed virtually every day.
Is this lie? More than 10 years back, Pastor Bosun is on the YouTube. If they remove it in the YouTube, we have copies. Pastor Bosun revealed, he said his mission was going in Nigeria churches to open their eyes on what is happening to Christians, mostly in northern Nigeria, core north and north central. He showed the videos where, Fulani terrorists will go into a church filled up with fake people. They will lock the door, lock it very well, pour fuel on it, burn everybody there, both Dick and Harry, children, pregnant women, men, old, young, all burn them to ashes. And this man is telling gullible indigenous population that there has not been religious crisis, because they are the author. That is the reason. The Sokoto Caliphate is the author of the crisis, of the genocide. Are you getting it? That's why they don't care. For Christians, who cares? Where God, Jesus is individual. Jesus is good for you because you survive. So no other. If you want Jesus to be good for you, go and have faith. If they kill you, which means you don't have faith, that is the most horrific gullibility I've ever seen. They don't stick together. This one will bring his apron. He say, sell apron. So clothes that is meant for traffic warders and other, industrial workers. Tell them that this is what serves you. You are choosing. Other people that are being killed in the north central, they don't have faith enough. So Jesus cannot save them because it's not Jesus' fault. This is the most stupid version of ideology I've ever seen. No person cares for nobody. That is why the caliphate is having a heyday, dealing with everybody, lying about it. Continue listening.
He then started rolling out conditions to be met by the Nigerian government and sanctions to be considered on government, individuals, and groups. He went on to list Nigeria yet again as a country of special concern. Among the conditions he rolled out was that the Sharia system was to be abolished in the northern states.
Do you know why this man has the audacity? Because people like highly esteemed Christians like Bishop Kuka, he came out and started talking from both sides of his mouth. A reverend father that is a governor, the chief security officer of one of the worst affected states in Nigeria, Benue State, came out. He's a practicing reverend father, Catholic reverend father, came out and denied that there is nothing like that. That is why they have the audacity, because they know that you are buyable. They can buy you with political position or with money, and you now go and start celebrating with your family that Jesus have done it for you. So every other Christian, they don't have faith. Let them suffer it. Sometimes, Mazi or Basi, sometimes or them come, I don't know what to say. I don't know what type of version of religion they brought. They infected people with, mostly in our land. I cannot understand, honestly. It beats my understanding. So that is why this man has the audacity to do that. Do you know that even during independence, normally Nigeria was even less than 30-something% Muslims? There was Christian majority, because many part of the north are mostly Christians. This is what people don't know, or many don't understand. But their audacity, their intimidation, the caliphate's manipulation has brought them, every time they are claiming it's 50-50 in Nigeria, it's lie. It's lie. Because look at how you check things. In the north, core north. So when you talk about the north, they took the middle belt with Anyike. The caliphate took a middle belt with Anyike to become part of the north, with a strong with intimidation. Otherwise, they are not part of the north. I'm telling you. But let's go like that. The core north, they are mostly Muslims, yes, but there are Christians and other traditionalists there in the core north, I say. Now, in the Middle Belt are mostly Christians, non-Muslims, mostly. Now, when you come to the South, in the Southwest, they are Christians and Muslims, but the Christians are more than the Muslims in Yoruba land. Now, when you come to the East, almost all are Christians and traditionalists. So, how do you say that Islam is majority in Nigeria? Well, these are things that people don't consider. But because nobody cares, you just believe and Jesus will care for your problem individually. No collectivity. You go to church and you pray for your own solution, for your solution to your problem, or highest for your the Jew gather you people as his business ndị na-agbụrụ ya ego, ndị o ji gwụrụ ọgwụ ego, be telling you everything that he's representing Jesus, and he will be protecting only you as his members. Others don't care about others. Unless he convert them, they start coming. Other Christians don't care about them. This is one of the most evil I've seen. I'm telling you. Now, continue listening, please.
And blasphemy laws be scrapped. Then, last week, a group of Nigerians living in the US, led by one Dr. Ebenezer Obadere, senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, visited the US Congress masquerading as so-called experts on Nigerian affairs to request the Congress to make the US government demand that the Nigerian government put pressure on the northern states to abolish the Sharia system and the Hizbah. At this juncture, we would like to make the following observations. One, even the British colonialists who conquered our land by force of arms could not altogether get rid of the Sharia system.
The British, he said, that conquered the North and the South. He said they could not get rid of Sharia. It is not because they are powerful, no. But the then emirs, they saw many emirs being killed by the British, and they surrendered. And they made a pact. They begged the British, say, please, we will serve you, but do not thwart our system which we are in. We have a structure. Please, we beg you, we will lick your ass as you want. We will do anything you want us to do, but rule our people through us. Let this structure continue, the caliphate. They begged for it, they negotiated for it. It is not that the British were not able to do. No. And the Federal Lugar saw that, look, it's good for him. What does he care about the primitive animals? All that he wants is, if he gives them tax, they are able to provide the tax. Anything he tells them, they will do it without asking any question. So it's good. Say, okay, what is the need of thwarting the structure that was here and spending British Empire money to start building different structure, going through all those troubles? He said, okay. It's okay with us. So let the caliphate remain, and anything they tell them, they do. They don't see even the population of the caliphate as human beings, you know. So this is what really happened, because these people, they know when to cow low. They know when to, be diplomatic. They know when to intimidate. They know when to use violence. They know when to come as a peaceful people. They know when to rally people around them. And that is what they are doing in this declaration they are making. They are now making people to see what Donald Trump and the American Congress, what they are trying to do to kill the terrorists in Nigeria, as if Trump is anti-Islam. That is that is their one of their shrewdness. Shrewd. They are. They know how to, touch people's sentiments and use it. This is a caliphate. These are the manipulations we are talking about. They are now calling Muslims to come and defend Islam, whereas nobody is attacking Islam. Are you getting it? Donald Trump is not attacking Islam. He said he is going to come to, as Nigerian government here, they have been seeing even military commanders, even one time a Yoruba general lamented that they cannot get the equipment to match all these terrorists, Nigerian military. So, and after I think they remove him or they court martialed him, I don't know. Many other junior officers have been talking about this, lamenting. Now, Donald Trump said, okay, I will come to do it. I will kill the terrorists, wipe them off so that Nigeria will be in peace. Now, they take it now as another, no, it's attack against Islam. Do you see how they roll? This is the takia you are talking about. But you don't know. This is the diplomacy, the politics they are playing. Now, as they make it look like Islam, you see in this their declaration, you will see Fulani will be the chief. Maybe the person talking, I don't know. It might be from Kanu tribe. They will put him. People there, they will select different tribes in the north that are Muslims, in order to put a common face that, they are attacking Islam. But go to the north. Out of the 19 governors in the north, 10 are Fulani. in places, in states that have virtually even maybe less than 0.1% of Fulani, but they impose them on the people. Now you ask, are there not other tribal Muslims that are there? That is how they twist Nigerian people's brain. Since Ottoman Danfodio, the caliphate had been seeing indigenous people in Nigeria as very foolish. After all, Ottoman Danfodio used himself, only preaching, only mouth. He used to turn Hausas against Hausas. He pitched Hausas against themselves using Islam. And when they started fighting against themselves, they killed their king Yungfa, who became victorious, the caliphate, the Fulani. That is how they roll. They have started again calling on their Muslims as if they are attacking Islam. No, Muslim brothers, come. Is now the problem is general Islam. Defend. When you foolishly, the indigenous population that are Muslims, when they foolishly come and say, okay, we are defending Islam, after everything, who will come out victorious? Fulani, the caliphate. That time you continue crying. They are still killing us. They are wiping our families. We are even Muslims. They are killing us because you are foolish. Because you are foolish. They sabi more than you. They are Muslim. They are smarter than you. Continue listening, please.
Therefore, no foreign power can do it now, after more than 60 years of independence. 2. The Sharia system is an integral part of our constitution, which, in recognition of everybody's right to religious freedom, provided for 3 legal systems, namely the British common law, the Sharia personal law, and the customary law.
Listen, what this man said, he contradicted himself. Let me play it again, please. Let me repeat here. Listen.
After more than 60 years of independence. 2. The Sharia system is an integral part of our constitution.
Do you know why he said Sharia law is integral part of Nigeria constitution? Do you remember Bosun? Do you remember? Do you remember when this man, who made that constitution? Abdul Salam Abubakar. Do you remember Sharia was mentioned in the Nigerian constitution many times, Islam many times, Quran many times, no mention of Christianity, because they did that time. You indigenous people and Christian moguls, you don't know. They knew where they were heading to. That the time will come and they will use it in making statements. And that is what they say, oh, Sharia is mentioned in the Nigerian constitution. And it's true. Now, why was Sharia mentioned? Whereas others are not. Don't you see that? What do you call it? Customary court. Normally, Sharia should fall under customary court. There shouldn't have been any particular mention of Sharia, because Sharia falls into customary. I don't know whether people are getting. These people, they are very trickish. But they particularly pinpointed the Sharia in the Nigerian constitution, so that when the time reaches like this, they will now bring it out, say, Sharia was mentioned, so don't touch it. What is customary court? It's about, settling of land issues, because you don't need to go to criminal code system to trouble judges, These are people that knows about the custom. That is people's custom, people's way of life. So Sharia should fall into that category without mentioning it by name in the Nigerian constitution. But they did that because they know the time like this will come. So they will pinpoint it. Do you see why they give them? Do you see why we call them the Sokoto Caliphate, the Fulani hegemony? Because in their own, they mention their own name. What is Sharia? Look, I have defined primary definition of Sharia. Let me go back again. Sharia is Islam's divine legal and ethical code derived from the Quran and the teachings and practices of Prophet Muhammad, guiding Muslims on spiritual, moral, and daily life, covering worship to family, finance, and criminal justice. So how can Sharia be going parallel to the Nigerian constitution or criminal law? Because Sharia covers it. I don't know whether people understand it, but the Nigerian indigenous people are fools. When I see their intellectuals, I laugh. They don't challenge nothing. They accept everything. They don't challenge nothing. I say Sharia covers everything, including criminal justice. So is a law, a part of life itself, way of life itself. There is no segregation as long as it is called application of Sharia. It covers both criminal justice. When you can sentence people to death in Sharia law, what does it mean? What again does it mean? The highest thing is law, using law to sentence somebody to death. In customary court, nobody, you cannot settle issues of criminal issues. No. For example, if somebody in the customary law, for example, in our land, if somebody maybe in the same family or kindred goes to steal, go to the farm and steal, harvested yams that are being put outside in farms waiting to be evacuated. Now you go to your farm and see that some of the yams have been taken. You come out, go and talk to the village. I join here, may no bad thing have happened. Thief, this and that. Now it could be settled using customary courts if need be. You can also go to the Nigerian court and sue, as you don't know. But most importantly, the villagers, as long as it's villagers, they can say, okay, how do you settle this? Okay, we go and swear oath. Do you see that? That is customary. That is traditional. Normal. It doesn't affect people's sentencing people to death, putting people in jail. No, that is the work of the criminal justice system. When it comes to maybe divorce, marriage, settling marriage issues, this and that, somebody divorced and his bride price need to be returned, they will go to customary court. Now, these are things that should be settled by customary court. Normally, in the Nigerian constitution, Sharia in a name shouldn't have been mentioned, because that is the problem, and this is what this man is quoting today. Their system in the north should have fallen into or under customary courts. Finish. Customary courts for everybody, but not to. But what is your custom? Okay, you can establish your custom, but it will not trespass. Finish. That is it. But they go into Sharia. Sharia covers every facet of life in their system. That is how it is. But the Nigerians know this, the indigenous people know, because they are Mugus. Please continue listening.
In recognition of everybody's right to religious freedom.
Now, he says in recognition of everybody's right to religious freedom. You see these people. This takia is real. That is diplomacy. That is manipulation, the caliphate manipulation. They use religious freedom and say, okay, we want a Sharia under democracy. This is democracy. This is They use democracy in order to enter. Once they enter, now they unleash who they are. That is what, immediately in 1999, they started agitating for Sharia. Say, it is democracy. That is how we want to live. That is democracy. Remember what happened in Egypt in 2011. They say, Mubarak is a dictator, this and that. Well, the people, whereas many Muslim brotherhoods that are terrorists, they were inside jail. Mubarak don't negotiate, he jails them, keep them inside, because he know who they are. But due to the Arab Spring, the peoples rise up. They say they use that sentiment immediately. They know when to strike. You see these people. They now use that sentiment. Say, we are democracy. Yeah. We are people of God. That is the Muslim Brotherhood. We are people of God. Now, if we enter into power, this is democracy. If we enter into power, we will make here become heaven. We will make it become Jannah. Heaven on this earth. We will do this, we will do that. Everybody, there will be religious freedom. Everyone. People use that sentiment and voted them in, not knowing that they are voting for problem. In Egypt, when Morsi entered into power under Muslim Brotherhood, they didn't know that he's a concentrated terrorist. He started calling Al-Qaeda terrorists from all over the world to come into Egypt, that they are now in power. The voice of Egyptian president was heard on people's telephone that were bugged, terrorist phones that were bugged by secret services listening to, and they were shocked. They have to take the transcript and send it to the Egyptian secret service. Say, look, your president, this is your president. He has direct interactions with terrorists, calling them to come to Egypt. You could remember that time there were every time bomb blasts in Sinai Peninsula. Bomb blasts killing Coptic Christians. Every day. Is it not democracy? But the Egyptian military, they say, my goodness me. So, it's just like Buhari being in office. Egypt is an Arab country. Muslim majority. But they reject Islamic Brotherhood. They have to do everything. Issue, they didn't massage words about it. They didn't paint their words. The Egyptian military hierarchy issued a stern warning to the president and say he must hold another election. Just after, is it after a few months, self? People started protesting that no, they rose up people protests in Egypt. I mean the military. That's no, what is going on in Egypt, you know, killing, bomb and this and that. Now, it gave the military the excuse they want. They came out to warn the president that the people don't want him. He must hold another election or step down. The man came out, hey, no, this is democracy. Just as these people are saying now. It's a secular, it's a secular state under democracy. That is the excuse they always use. That is the caliphate manipulations. Egypt doesn't, they don't tolerate. You know, after all, the Boko Haram patron ruled Nigeria for 8 years in the name of Buhari, led Buhari. Nigerians were only crying. They are killing us. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. He institutionalized the terrorism. That is, he escalated the terrorism. We put Esa Pantami, a non-terrorist that is known worldwide, to be in charge of Nigerian population's data, private data. Nothing happened. People were just murmuring. When we talk it, shout it, people say, bring the IPOB to kill. Now, this man is using the same takia. The same thing. Continue listening.
Provided for 3 legal systems, namely the British common law, the Sharia personal law, and the customary law. 3.
What is the difference between customary law and the Sharia? Sharia normally should fall in the category of customary. But they mention, you know, that is where it pains me. Nigerians, they don't care. They don't care. If anything is they say Igbo man live, the Igbo people, they are propaganda, IPOB propaganda. It should be the legal system of Nigeria, the criminal justice system, and the customary law. Finish. No mention. There shouldn't have been mention of Sharia. This is where catastrophe. And they purposely put it. Remember, Babangida dipped hand into the Nigerian coffers and removed $21 billion and gave to IOIC for the complete extermination of other religions. Christianity underlined. Nigerians, they don't care. They are speaking Christian. Nigerian non-Muslims, indigenous population, we are speaking big grammar. Looking for posts, political posts, and looking for money, shopping for money. Whereas these people, we are grabbing everywhere. Please continue listening.
Moreover, the Constitution allowed for concurrent powers that gives states the power to make laws affecting any of the concurrent list, of which enacting Sharia law is a part of. 4. Unless the constitution of our country and its democratic federalism is going to be trampled on.
Democratic federalism. Does Nigeria have true federalism? No. Does Nigeria have a federalism? It's on paper only. It's on paper. He said now, he said true federalism. Where is the federalism? The Fulani Caliphate, hegemony, and the manipulations. They are ongoing.
The plot to force the federal government to pressure state governments to abolish the Sharia system and Hizbah is not wise. 5. The Sharia system has never been imposed on any non-Muslims in Nigeria.
Do you see how they lie blatantly on national television? No challenges. The other day I played a clip of an Igbo man in Abuja, capital city of Nigeria, the administrative capital. that was tried under Sharia law he didn't know nothing about in the capital. And they collected he confiscated his shop, which he built. Why? Because one of his tenants did business, I don't know, he owed them, and they came, instead of targeting the shop itself, maybe collecting their goods there, they didn't do that. Instead, they confiscated the house, whereas the house does not belong to the, I mean, the shop does not belong to the man. He's a tenant. The real owner was shouting that they say this is Sharia. On, I think, is it today's news, I saw where they confiscated a lorry carrying thousands and thousands of alcoholic beverages. They destroyed them and confiscated the lorry to hand over to Hisbah police. They say it does not affect non-Muslims. They killed Deborah Samuel. They stoned and burnt her to death. She is not a Muslim. And these people are standing lying. Nigerians are listening. This is how they roll. Their audacity is enabled because of the stupidity of the indigenous population, the gullibility they have. The only thing know how to speak grammar, tag face against IPOB and finish. The main thing they should rise up nowhere. This man is standing and lying. Who are the owners of the beer bottles? How can you implement Sharia in any part of Nigeria without affecting other people? How? Tell me how. No, tell me how. People are saying that there is problem in Nigeria. I say no, Nigeria is the problem. Honestly. Please continue listening because I'm going to bring in Mazi. Please continue listening.
6. The blasphemy law is not a religious law, but a law enacted by respective state assembly.
What is blasphemy law? You say it's not a religious law. What is it? What is blasphemy law then? If you say it's not a religious law, Mazi, please, Mazi, can you hear me, please? If you want, you are laughing at the background.
These people can just lie with straight face.
Mazi, you are saying you are laughing, but they are dead serious. They are dead serious.
Seriously.
Because Nigerians they are gullible. They don't. No, everybody is going on his private business. They don't care. If you talk to him, he say, "Oh boy, now happen and do go. I beg. He can't beg. Buy a life in a country that everybody is part and parcel of." They say it doesn't affect that the blasphemy is not a religious law.
As they are, you see, as they are doing this thing.
Yes.
The question is, the question is, you ask himself: is it blasphemy against the governor or against the president? It's against who? The person that they kill people for blasphemy against. Is it a religious figure or not? I don't know what they think people are. Earlier on in the same voice, in the same audio you are playing, it says that Nigeria's federal whatever allows the governors to enact laws. The question is, when the governor of Benue State enacted anti-grazing law, was he not enabled by the constitution to enact that law? Why did they openly oppose it and kill people because of that law? You see, this is how they do it gradually, and it becomes embedded in the mind of the people because the people keep quiet. The same thing they are doing now with the word middle belt. There is no such thing as middle belt. And they try to tie, being a northerner to being a Muslim by asking, if you say that Plateau and these are players and Nasarawa are middle belt, how about our Muslim brothers who are there? Since when does religion define you are this thing? I don't even know how to say it. You are the name of your territory. Since when? As if Middle Belt is they are even now referring to it as a new name. Middle Belt that has existed as a name even before Nigeria's independence, flag independence, since the 50s. Even Lord Lugard, Freddie Lugard, referred to the place as the Middle Belt or in the entire place as Plateau. But today, they are writing it gradually. What people don't know is that the more you write things, the more you post things, the more you make videos about them, the algorithm is picking it. One day, the algorithm is picking it. One day, you will go to the internet search, either AI or anything, and search it, and AI will tell you that there's nothing like Middle Belt. That is why the people of Middle Belt need to get up, need to wake up. When these people say these things, post these things, counter them so that the history and algorithm will know that there was time that when they said these things, the real people of Plateau countered it with facts. Some of the things you are seeing here will become obsolete if you are not countering them. The old information that you think is there to counter them will become obsolete. These people are not joking. They say it nicely and calmly and as if you don't know what they are doing. Lying with straight face. Like you rightly mentioned about Deborah and the people whose alcohol beverage are destroyed and the man whose shop has, was taken away from him. Using the same law. And you tell me it's not going to be affected, it's not going to be applied on anybody, and it has not been applied on anybody. Hey.
Mazi, look at like in our customary law in the East, we don't allow animals, farm animals to roam around. It's against our tradition because it destroys people's properties, farm produce. And I could remember when you have people even from the local government that goes around catching any goats they see loitering. It is against our tradition, and it is implemented. When they take it, you go and pay fine. They warn you, you pay fine. Now, but these people will come and impose that they don't respect even our own law. They carry their cows, move around everywhere, destroying farms, blocking roads, which is against our custom. When they say no, they must do it. Go and do ranching. They say no, 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 no. It is their so they impose their own thing on you by force.
Mazi, I have a question. Mazi.
Go on, go on.
The question I have is: Does your religious? And now I want especially the people of Middle Belt and the Yoruba people to listen to this question carefully. Does your religion replace your ethnicity? Does your religion replace your ethnicity? Your customary laws, is it supposed to be tied to religion or to your ethnicity? So you were telling me, if I'm a Nupe man, I'm a Biro man, I am a Yoruba man, just because I become a Muslim, the laws about my inheritance, the laws about my land use, the law about my imperial, the law about everything that has to do with the custom of my ethnicity should now be relinquished to a religion. This is why the last time we spoke here, we called this thing a religious emasculation. They do this and they make you feel different from your kin and kind. From people, if you are a Yoruba man, for example, in the same family, you are Yoruba man, father, mother, Muslim, and you have 6 brothers, 5 sisters, whatever, and you alone decide to become a Muslim. What they are saying is that your customary law as one Muslim in the family of 11, as a Yoruba man, should be that of the Arab, not that of a Yoruba people. So should your religious affiliation replace your ethnicity, and especially in the law that governs how you should live and how your things that relating to your own well-being should be governed and administered? Mazi, that's my question.
Mazi, and this question, it shows how invasive these foreign religions are. Most importantly, you see, this Islam is highly invasive. It doesn't tolerate any other. It doesn't tolerate any other thing. That is why they call it, you see, Sharia law. They say it is divine law. So, you know, anything that they say is divine, Mazi, run from that thing or run from that place. It's divine, which means nothing could challenge it. So who are you to challenge divine something? They say it's not me, it's not there. That's why, Mazi, do you see, even this man of God, God call me, Mazi, you run, soccer, run, let your leg be touching your head, please, your back. Because there is nothing, you are nothing to the person, or you are nobody. He have taken over. Anything he says is divine pronunciation. That is how they behave. That is this man, how they are. These people, that is how they do. The caliphate. So who are you to question divine authority? Mazi, let me tell you something. When you study the European Revolution, you know, I keep on pinpointing all these revolutions. They question divine authority. That word, divine, because that is what has been killing them. That is what has been subjugating the population, the European population during the medieval period, subjugating them. They cannot rise or anything. They say, no, it is divine, no, divine authority. Their monarchy is God send them. Their clergy, it is God, men of God. God say, so you don't question them, or it's God you are questioning. You want to question God? So the population continued the suffering until the time came. People started, the preaching continued. That time there was nothing like even television or radio, anything. Through private discussions and write-ups, so those that are that can have access to reading some books, and they'll start talking it. Now this divine, we are suffering, we are the population working, whereas these monarchs, these feudalists on top of us, they don't have no problem. They live large, we pay taxes, and we live poor like church rats. Even the church clergy, they are living flamboyant lives. But anytime you want to, they say, no, this is divine. So they started questioning that word, divine. What is divine about it? That we continue suffering. That is when the Europeans' population rose up. You know, when people used to ask, oh, the religion in Europe and the one in Africa is not the same. Why? But it's the same religion, but it's not practiced the same. It is because the people of Europe, they rose up against that divine authority. They questioned it. I said, no, we are human beings, for goodness sake. Who are you? Please, how do you listen to the divine from the divine? Tell me. I'm a human being. You don't, these are scamming. They are scamming the population. And they rose up spontaneously. That was when we are the humiliated, brought down, nothing divine again in Europe. Nothing. No person can, they will come out in public and either if they say I'm divine, divine authority. Who are you? You go to jail. This is what these people are invoking. So it's very dangerous. And this is why, Africans, Nigerians are subjugated, because they take divine. Oh, this divine is a man of God. Don't talk. He's so. We are all human, for goodness sake. The caliphate is manipulating everybody. Let me continue playing, please. Because Mazi, after you come in, and feel free anywhere you want to come in, please. As I continue playing, please.
Please. In order to preserve peace and harmony. 7. The Sharia system has no connection whatsoever with the different types of insecurity issues.
Sharia has no connection with insecurity. Mazi. Whereas Boko Haram is keeping the law, he wants Sharia to be spread all over Nigeria. Yours is the law of God, the law of Allah. You know, Islamic State of West Africa, the same thing. La Kurawa, the same. All the terrorists say they have no connection with Sharia, which is lie from the pit of hell. These people lie and get away with it because the people they are dealing with are gullible. They can be buyable, manipulable. Bishop Kuka, I don't know what happened. It's talking from both sides of his mouth in order to keep his position. I don't know. The high centrally of Benue State, the same thing. Because he is put there by the caliphate, so he cannot cough. He have to keep his position. So he come to lie. You see?
Happening in Nigeria. 8. The Hizbah institution has never engaged in any type of arrest.
Look at what they are saying. Hizbah institution, they arrest the people, they confiscate materials of people, and even they sentence people into cutting off their hands, because that is Sharia. I will, I don't know whether, let me just play a bit and stop and make my comment now. You come in, please. Just
an unarmed organization concerned only with the enforcement of Sharia moral laws within the ambit of the national law.
What is the ambit of Nigerian law where people are stoned to death for blasphemy? Tell me. Is the ambit of Nigerian law, and people are listening to this crap? They are giving legitimacy to it. It's very sad.
Therefore, on behalf of all the 40 Islamic organizations that form the Zamfara State Muslims League, we hereby state the following. 1. We in Zamfara State are more than 99% Muslims.
How do they see that? Do you see what they do? Let me just say something a bit. I want to list some of the countries that practice classic Sharia law in this world, just some of them. One is Saudi Arabia. Listen, Saudi Arabia, Saudi law prohibits citizens from converting from Islam and punishes apostasy with death. That is, apostasy is conversion from Islam, changing from Islam to any other religion, maybe to Christianity. The Sharia law there is you must be killed. You understand? Somebody can convert from another religion to Islam and they praise the Allah. But you can never, once you are there, you can never convert from or return from Islam to any other religion. That is it. That is Sharia. It's in Saudi Arabia. It is working for them. Making the percentage of native Christian Saudis officially Christians, there is no Christians in there are no Christians in Saudi Arabia according to official record. The only thing is that millions of expatriate workers, mainly from America, Europe, Asia, and Africa, live in the kingdom, forming a significant Christian population, estimated around 2.1 million in 2022. But public Christian worship is restricted, and persecution for secret believers is a reality in Saudi Arabia, a country that is practicing Sharia law, because Sharia is about wholesomeness to Islam. Do you see that? So how can you allow this type of law to be inside a secular country, living side by side with others? When we talk about the North, there are different other religions other than Muslims. There are traditionalists. There are other tribes other than Fulani or Hausa. Even Hausa, there are Hausa Christians in both in Zamfara, but they have claimed that Zamfara has more than 99% Islam, which is lie. It's not real, because these people, they like to claim bogus claims, so that when you come out to talk, say no, na lie, I'm a Christian, they will kill you. That is Sharia for you. Therefore, I'm talking about Saudi. Public practice of Christianity is banned. And while authorities have become slightly more lenient for private worship among expatriates, persecution remains, especially for Saudi citizens who convert, because that is against the Sharia. This is the same Sharia this man is talking that, oh no, it doesn't mean anything. No. Now, but why it doesn't matter is these people, this is a separate country of itself. Had it been the caliphate is a separate country, we will not worry. It's their country. If you want to go, and after all, there are some Igbo people that are in Saudi Arabia, for goodness sake. There are some expatriates, some non-Muslim there. Before you go there, you tell them, you declare, I'm a Christian, I am a non-Muslim. They say, no problem. But for their citizen to convert is death penalty. That is it. That is the difference. So you see, there is no way you can coexist with this type of people. And the people are talking no Christian genocide. No, Sharia is hostile to other religions, mostly Christianity. For your information, it is hostile to it. So how can you prove? How can you tell me that there is no Christian genocide in place where there is Sharia? And you know, they started with six states in the north for Sharia. Now they have, reached up to 12. They will continue coming down to the south in the guise of defending Muslims in the south of the Sharia. It's just for only Muslims. So this is how they come, how they move. You give them 1 meter, they will take 100 kilometers immediately. Now, another country that practices Sharia is Iran. Let me read a bit. There are Christians in Iran, yes, including long-established Armenian, Chaldean, and Assyrian communities. These are Iranians, Armenian, Chaldean, and Assyrian communities, as well as a growing, often persecuted underground church of converts from Muslim backgrounds, with total numbers estimated from under 100,000 to potentially over 500,000. Though, okay, Iranian Muslim converts face severe penalties. That is death. The same thing, the same Sharia, the same characteristics. I want to tell, I'm showing you the characteristics of Sharia that have death penalty for conversion. If you are a Muslim, you want to convert and say, no, I want to test another religion, it is death penalty. Are you getting it? It's a common thing in Sharia. This is what this man is laundering the image to Nigerians that are gullible. Now, another country is Yemen. There are Christians in Yemen, though they are a tiny minority, less than 1%, in the predominantly Muslim country, comprising indigenous converts, often from Islam, expatriates, workers, and refugees, with groups like Ethiopian Orthodox Catholics, Anglicans, and Protestants present. But they face risks and often don't identify publicly due to persecution fears. Do you see that in a Sharia? Other religions are afraid. They don't even identify publicly. Converts from Islam face severe persecution. That is death penalty. Now, another country is Mauritania. Christians in Mauritania, especially converts from Islam, face heavy persecution, including social ostracization, pressure from families and communities, legal restrictions on evangelism, and potential persecution for blasphemy or apostasy, because blasphemy is part of Sharia. What this man is trying to lie his ass off. But you can get away with anything as long as the caliphate is concerned. Are the indigenous people, do they care? The country is official. I'm talking of Mauritania. The country is officially an Islamic republic where Islam is deeply integrated into law, making open Christian practice and conversion from Islam very, very difficult. Now, another one is Afghanistan. Christians are in Afghanistan, yes, but they are a tiny, mostly secret minority, predominantly converts from Islam. living in extreme danger. Extreme danger. The Afghan government severely restricts religious freedom and consider apostasy from Islam a capital offense, that is death, making open practice impossible. Why estimates vary widely, hundreds of thousands, these communities operate in secret, fearing violence, forced conversion, and imprisonment with no official recognition outside of foreign expatriates. Now, with all these facts, how can we peacefully coexist and live in the same country with Sharia law when this man is lying? Please, let me finish playing it before Mazi, you take over.
We were just to implement the Sharia system in 1999. We want all and sundry to know that we are comfortable with the system and we will never allow it to be tampered with. 2, the request of Dr. Obadere is not based on any expertise, but on biasness and Islamophobia.
Do you see the energy these people come out with in order to confront Donald Trump's insinuation about Christian genocide and the cause and the fighting terrorism? Why not our Nigerians ask them, had it been they use this to come out to fight this their terrorism or terrorists? Do you think that by now it will still be there? No. But what you are seeing is they are the caliphate, the Sultan of Sokoto, the head of this caliphate. They are directly supporting these terrorists. They know everything. They are directly supporting it. They are sponsoring it. You understand? You know, when somebody is doing something, you know, you are not, for example, a direct participant, but you are happy because it's for you. He is defending your thing, and that is how the caliphate works. They manipulate the indigenous population, even the Muslim indigenous population. When you see that, oh, say they are killing Muslims too, it is programmed. It is part of it. Like this man now, he come out to tell Muslims, even non-Fulanis, in order to that are Muslims, come out, defend Islam. No, nobody's attacking Islam. But they use this narrative in order to coerce, intimidate, or rally other non-Fulani Muslims in order to come to fight their war for them, their battle for them. That is how they move. When they finish, now the same Fulani will turn against them. Say, you people are Muslims, but Islam is not enough. Come on, they kill all of them. That is how these are the manipulations. They're now using, oh, Islam. Hey, Donald Trump wants to attack Islam. Hey, what is Sharia? Hey, Sharia. This is how the indigenous people in, I think, Sokoto or Zamfara went and invited, brought in the Lukrawa people, these Fulani terrorists also. Say, we are all Muslims, you know, this and that. They brought them, foreign Fulani, armed. With the help of the local Fulani, they go and bring them. They harbored them, gave them anything they want. And, you know, when these terrorists sat down well in their communities, they started ransacking the community. Say, they turn against the community. The people say, but we are all Muslims. Say, come on, think we come here to play. They ransacked the village and killed them and took away their land till today. That is how they behave. They will come and use Islam. Hey, they are attacking Islam. Everybody, here come. Even Yoruba Muslims, you will see that man that used to the head of Murik or chairman of Murik. He's a Yoruba man. He will talk, he will defend it. This is how they use you. They use people. They know how to manipulate. These are their manipulations. Exactly. Exactly. When I see that man, I used to vex. Say, look at these foot soldiers, useless foot soldiers. You know, they will come and say, hey, they defend Islam. But when they use them to get what they want, they turn against them, clear them, and take over their lands and say, you are fools. This is how they behave. You see, this announcement that is being made, they will gather not only Fulani, even maybe the person that is making the announcement might be even an Hausa, indigenous person, or even any other tribe that is not Fulani. They know how to play this politics. They will be at the background. But manipulating them like marionettes. No, go and fight. This is Islam. Go and fight it. Go and defend Islam. Go and defend. Go and defend. Talk. They will, all of. But when they finish the battle, when the remuneration comes, now they relegate them, either kill them or they carry phone and put on top of everybody. Say you guys go to hell. That time no person can help them again. It is too late. That is how they behave. Mazi, let me finish playing it, please, and you come in.
Phobia. 3. The US has no business meddling in the international affairs of our country, or act as a custodian of a certain religion, or start a new crusade against Islam, with Nigeria as its first victim.
Do you see how they roll? Is saying that Donald Trump is fighting Islam. He is trying to touch the sentiment of other non-Fulani Muslims to come out. That is how they behave. Mazi, these people are, I don't know, they are very shrewd. They are politically savvy. Oh, come and defend Islam. Oh. US is coming to attack. That is what that animal, Sheikh Gumi, has been saying. No, he's attacking Islam. He's a crusade. They are using these keywords in order to instigate others. So that when they come, after fighting the battle, for example, it is the Fulani Caliphate that will win. They will take over everything, continue subjugating everybody, turning them into Almajiris and taking positions, everything, and rendering them powerless.
4. We emphatically affirm that Muslims in Nigeria will not stand by and look while a foreign power dismantles the Sharia system just to make some anti-Islamic Christians happy.
Mazi, let me stop here because this clip I will play it also maybe another day. Mazi, please, you can come in now because time is not in our favor. You can come in, please, because the indigenous people, both in the north, even Muslim indigenous populations in Nigeria that are non-Fulanese, they should be wise by now. They should be wise by now. Check those that are being murdered, that are even Muslims that are being killed. Who is killing them? The same Fulani terrorists. They are Muslims, they don't care. They don't care. When you help them achieve their goal, killing the infidel, now they turn against you. Stop moving around, being programmed to hate IPOB, to start fighting against yourself using, this is TV, this is this and that, this is Bureau. No. These are the machinations of the caliphate. Mazi, please come in there. Come in. Go on, Mazi.
Thank you very, very much, Mazi Jonathan. You have done a lot of justice to the discussion so far. You have done a lot of justice. Yes, Master Jonathan. Sorry for that. Like I said, thank you for giving a lot of justice to that discussion. Like I said earlier in my introduction, my brothers and sisters of the Middle Belt, some of you don't know why sometimes I am very particular about Middle Belt and Plateau. If you don't know, let me tell you today. I am your in-law. My wife is from Shandam. My wife is a Gmai. So she's from Plateau, and whenever anything happens in Middle Belt, I am touched. That is why I like talking about this. And in the course of many years ago, I happened to, school in one of the greatest African country in the late 90s. And when I was schooling in this university, the Kwame Nkrumah University in Ghana, I fell in love with the tradition of the Ghana people, and I began to research about the Asante people amongst whom I reside at that time. I learned a very beautiful history of the Asante people. And I begin to think about it in line with what the people of Middle Belt are going through. And I feel that there is a lot the Middle Belters can learn. And when I say Middle Belt, I hope we know the areas that truly comprises of Middle Belt, even though they have lost Kwara and the Yorubas have really lost Kwara again. So even if we talk about the Middle Belt as we know it today, we should be able to understand the people that are involved, the people of Benue, the people of Nasarawa, the people of Plateau, the people of Kaduna, Southern Kaduna, if you like to say now, the people of Nasarawa, these are all Benue people. Now, to understand this history of these people, the Asante that all of us here today, everywhere here, Asante, they were first being subjugated by another kingdom that I'm sure many of you have not even heard of because of what the Asantes did. If they had not done that, you probably would have been hearing of that kingdom today. And that kingdom is called the Denchira Kingdom. The Denchira Kingdom were a very, very oppressive, bullish kingdom amongst the people of Akan. And when I say Akan belongs, the Asantes belong to the same tribe and ethnic group as the Akan people. So these are basically brothers oppressing brothers. And they did that for years. Why? Because they had a pact with the British colonialists, and they have to supply the British colonialists with slaves and gold. And the Asantes have a lot of gold. So they invade them, they force them, they get their gold, and they begin to oppress them as much as they want. They force the Ashantis to go get slaves for them and supply it to them so they can supply to the colonialists and make money. This is what they were doing. They come to Ashanti and ask them to pay tribute and so many things, very oppressive. In fact, to the extent that every year, all the kings of the areas that they were dominating have to bring their wives and their guards to the Denchira Palace. And the wives of those kings will spend a month or so with the king of Denchira. By the time they leave, most of them are pregnant. That is how wicked and oppressive this kingdom was. But what happened? Somewhere in around 1690, a very wise king came. Tutu. A very wise king came. This wise king was trained in the palace of the Denchira kingdom. This is very similar to probably the story of Moses. This wise king, as every other king that have ruled those communities that later become the Asantes, if you are in line to become a king, you have to go to the Denchira kingdom for you to be trained so that you understand how to rule before you are sent back. So when you send back to become a king in your town, you have an allegiance to the Denchira kingdom. That's how they were manipulating them emotionally and coercing them by force. But what did these people do? Tutu felt that this thing, when is it going to stop? Because the Denchira kingdom defeated another very strong people called the Adansis. The Adansis now were also being stooged to the Denchira kingdom to oppress the other towns made of the same brothers. One day, Tutu said, no, this is not going to work. How long are we going to do this? When he ascended the throne, he and his friend, Okomfanochi, or other people, called other kings and said, come, let's sit down and talk. Because if we don't come together, we may not even exist to maintain our thrones. It is important that we come together. And these people, these kings, representing very powerful clans, 8 clans. And when you hear a clan, there are people who have the right to make and install their own kings. Sometimes we think that when you hear a tribe, it means that they speak different languages. You can be the same language and have different tribes, as long as you have different clans with the ability to govern yourself and autonomous, basically. But it's a bit larger than a clan. Now, these clans came together. The Bekwai of Finsu Mampong, Juaben Ejusu, Nsuta, Kwamai, and Esumenya, these 8 clans and their kings came together and have a meeting. For months, they were going and discussing. They all agree, okay, we are going to come together as a confederacy. And we're going to choose one king to be ahead of all of us. We are going to surrender our right for diplomacy and declaration of war to that king. But we will reserve our right to make our own king, install our own king, and we will not pay allegiance to that king, but to the spiritual stool, which most of you might know as a golden stool. They came together, they made the arrangement, and they chose the king of Kwamang to be their main king. That is how that confederacy was forged. They went from there and begin to now discuss how to arrange themselves. I'm sharing these things with you so that you will understand that organizing yourself is not easy. But there has to be a very, very, very deliberate effort. There has to be intentional, deliberate effort. For you need to understand, contrary to some of your religious beliefs of miracle, that for every effect that you can see real, there is a cause that is equally as real. You cannot expect a corn to spring up without that effort of planting, which is a real effort. That you must understand. So these people went into this confederacy and they forged that unity. And guess what? When the king of Denchira heard that these people have come together and they now have what they call a golden stool, and he said he sent his people, say, go to these people and collect from them golds and tell them to send their wives with you. That is how foolish they can be. These people said, no, my wife is not going. And in return to the gold he asked for, they gave them stone. They went back and they told this king. He got angry. He organized his army. He came for these people. And guess what? They defeated him for the first time. And that spelled the end of that kingdom till today. And that was in 1701 in the battle called the Battle of Fayasi. 1701, they destroyed them. But they couldn't have done it as Aguna, as Bekwai. They couldn't have done it as Ofinsu, or as Mampong, or as Juaben, or as Nsuta. They did it as a confederacy. They came together, and some of them have to relinquish. Now, let me make this point. I know it's difficult. The king of Ukari may say, oh, my throne is older than that of Shaldas, the king of Shandam. The king of Jos, Bongo Jos, may say his throne is older than that of, Southern Kaduna. And these people, as far back as late 1600, these people have the wisdom of saying, you know what? Oh, I know some of you, your kingship is older than this one, you are still older than this one. Come together. It's okay. Family, it's part of it. Now, these people decided that, you know what? All of you bring your stool, You know, contrary to many traditions, in the Ashanti tradition, the symbol of authority is not a crown, it's a stool upon which you sit. So they brought all their stool, and the stool was buried, and a new symbol of authority was invented, which is called the golden stool, for which all the kings pay allegiance to. And as such, no king can claim to be senior than the other, but their history as a people started on that very day. That is why you hear the name Asante. The Asante means because of war. Because of war. So Osa is a singular word for war. Asa is the plural for war. Nti means because of. So Asante means because of wars. The British wrongfully write it as Ashanti, but it's Asante. These people came together. If you have heard of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, his name, Osajifo, was a title given by the Asante people as one who fought a battle to redeem the people, which is the battle that he fought to get the independence. So these are the things that they had to do. They buried their ego. This is something that every indigenous people that want to survive this carnage must do. Especially, like I always say, the people of the Middle Belt. You are fragmented. You are fighting them individually as Birom, as Kwala, as Ngas. You are not going to survive. You can't survive. You will not survive if you don't put yourself together. A traditional sort of confederacy, you need to think towards that line. Because if you do not do that, if you can't find a way to think about something that is bigger than the current throne you are occupying, the current position that you are occupying, you will have no throne in few years to come. Many of you have lost it. Many of you have lost that throne already. Many communities, now we're talking about Middle Belt, we can't even talk about the Middle Belt before, in the late 50s. Because the Middle Belt in the late 50s is not what it is today. The geography is there, but trust me, most of the areas you cannot even reclaim even if you want to. For how long will you fight as Tarok, as Birop, as Magavu? For how long? They fragment you and take you in piecemeals. This is what they do, and that is why you need to counter that. That's why they are able to do that, because they have come together. Every king in the northern Nigeria that is a Fulani owes his direct allegiance to the caliphate. The Sultan of Sokoto is the only person who can make declaration on behalf of the Muslims. The Sultan of Sokoto is the only person who is seen as a king of all the kings. They all maintain their territory, but that particular form of religious confederacy is what have made them so formidable. And you cannot fight them fragmented. You cannot. That is a reality you have to face. So instead of you sitting and driving to the state capital every month to go and take your allocation as if there's no bank account anymore, you need to start thinking about how to come together. You have to come together as a people. Decide yourself. How do you want to be? How do you want to survive? It may not be a Birom confederacy. It may not be an Angas confederacy. It may not be a Bassa confederacy. You can find a new name. It may not even be a Middle Belt. You can find a name traditionally. When I'm talking about traditional, I'm talking about the traditional people, traditional rulers. If they are not hearing, take this movement, start it and take it to them. Let them know this is the only way you can survive. The Asantes did it. And today, I am mentioning Asante without explaining too much because you know them. They are one of the most populous kingdoms in the whole of Africa. In fact, in the whole world. You can't mention few kingdoms in the world without mentioning Asantis. You can't. They are one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful kingdom today in Ghana. But there was allegiances. They had to come together. They have to relinquish certain ego and pride. They have to put the interest of the entire people ahead of interest of few people. That is what they did, and that is what you must do. Whether Birom has more population than Jukun, whether Jukun has more population than Mben, whether Mben have more population than Birom, it doesn't matter. Whether your throne is older than whether you migrated before the other, it does not matter at this time. What you need is your survival, and not just survival, it is to make sure that nobody bullies you. Guess what? You are peace-loving people. Yes, the Asantis were. The Asantis were farmers. Very peace-loving people. Very peace-loving. They don't like war. Well, they say, okay, don't worry, we'll give you the gold, we'll give you the slave, don't worry, we'll go and look for them. We'll go and find the slaves. We'll give you to them. So that at least you can leave us in peace. But until they had a king who not only was trained in the same palace of the Denchira king, he also has a friend who was also a priest in the same palace. And together they moved, they formed this confederacy and put laws, spiritually backed. And today, they have not only survived, like I said before, they have become one of the most powerful kingdom in Ghana. You need to learn from them. You need to learn from them, because it is important that you learn from history, or else that history will repeat itself, and this time around, not on the people, but on you. What would be wrong if the king of Bukari becomes the head of that confederacy? What would be wrong if the king of Jos becomes the head? What will be wrong even if the king of some tiny village somewhere becomes? It doesn't matter, as long as it is strategically placed. As long as you understand the strategy. And guess what? Now that they have deliberately made political officers to be the ones who decide who should be king and who should be removed, with this kind of formation, with this kind of organization, putting yourself together in such, call it confederacy, whatever you want to call it. If you are able to put yourself in this powerful structure, trust me, no governor will be able to even dare to remove any king in that area. No governor. They know Bonham well. No governor. Because they know the power that you wield as a group. They know. They know. And you have to stop this. The Lantern people will be happy because they have secured their land. Nobody is coming. You are only strong because the others are still being eliminated.
So, Mazi, let me ask you, as somebody that is conversant with the Middle Belt, so you mean that all this, and I know that there are many different tribes and clans, even in the Middle Belt. So they are taking this Fulani incursion and war against them individually, fighting it individually as a people, as a different tribes, without being together, confronting it as a people. Do they hate themselves? What is your view? Do they hate themselves? Does a TV man hate a Biram, or a god person hate? Just can you shed more light on that, please?
Okay, Mazi. Unfortunately, That is not the case. Or let me say, fortunately, that's not the case. There is no tribe or ethnic group in Middle Belt that hate each other. In fact, there is none. I cannot think of any. I cannot think of any. They are just comfortable in their skin. That is why the earlier resistance that they put up has to be formed under the umbrella of Christianity. That is why they have to come together as Christians, because they were known as the pagan region before, during the colonial era. But when they begin to accept the missionaries, and during the early stage of this incursion and killings that they faced, they decided to form themselves under that Christian union, under that group. So many people refer to them as Christian. And now they have indeed become Christian because that's the majority of the people there. But as for hate, none. I can speak to that without any fear of contradiction.
Then why can't they come together and form a formidable force against this Fulani incursion and invasion?
Like I said, some of them probably because they haven't thought of it, or maybe they cannot form that kind of union that will last. Forming that kind of united force once in a while, like when in Yelwa Shandam 2004, for example, after the Muslims killed a lot of Christians, for the first time, all the tribes that surround Shandam, both people from Lantan South and North, people from Shandam, people from Ibi, all the towns that surround it, they came together for the first time, had a meeting, discussed, organized, strategized, planned, and they retaliated against the Muslims of Yolwan Shandam, and it was decisive. It was that attack, that reprisal, that Pantami was making that preaching and was crying that he should be allowed to go to Shandam, that they should make him the commander. If you remember that broadcast, that you played a couple of times here. It was the aftermath of that reprisal that was born out of collective effort for the first time that made Pantami to cry. Now, they come together once in a while in that nature, but they have not been able to form something that has become stable, something that is forever, something that is going to be formidable. They have not been able to do that. Once they are done, everybody is done. And with that kind of coming together, you cannot sustain it. You can't sustain. These people are formidable. Their togetherness is forever, basically. So you cannot wake up, do something today, and then go and expect to come back tomorrow. No. By the time you regroup again, they have done. But if you are permanently organized, if you have a head, this is not going to happen. It is not going to happen. You see, like the case of the Ashantis, when Osetutu was becoming a king, he traveled to a town called Akwemu. These towns have strong and experienced warriors who are very experienced in warfare. He went there, he and his advisor, Akomfanoche, went there, and they were able, for other reasons anyway, but I don't have to go into that. In the end, they came together with these Akwemu warriors and brought them into Kwamine, what is today known as Kumasi. Placed them somewhere that is today known as Edum. Kept them there and they camped there to help train their forces. And they made them part of themselves. Now, the next thing they did was that they realized that because that Edom has a different king, the Asafo king, Asafoini, the king, is the one in charge of Edom. But there is another neighboring community with a different king that are populated by the people called the Dagombas from the north. These Dagombas are known to be very tall and fearless. By the way, their sentences are very short anyway. These Dagombas are known to be very tall and fearless. So the king thought it wise that, you know what, let me carve out this territory and add it to the next territory. The place is called Bantama. So that it will be under one king. And these people, these fearless Dagombas, and these Akwemuk warriors that we have brought, can be able to train together. The Asapoini did not say, hey, you are taking part of my land, though. You are giving my land. No, he understands the collective effort for the greater good. He allows it. And in order to make sure that the king also plays part in that, he made the king of that Asafu, the field marshal, the one in charge of the entire army, while the king of that Bantama becomes the war general who leads them to war. This is strategy. We're talking about 1600s, late 1600s. This is strategy. If these people can do it that long ago, what stops you from being better than that today? They didn't allow their ego. They didn't allow their individuality or the history behind their own throne to get in the way. They did not erase their identity. That you must understand. That unity did not require the erasing of their identity. Ejisu still maintains its identity. They decide who is their king. They do their own things. But when it comes to collective effort, something like war and so on, they must do it together. And it is permanent. It is unbreakable. What stops the people of Middle Belt from doing this? Like Mazi rightly asked, you don't hate yourselves. You don't. You just lack unity. You just lack unity. And that you must do. That you must do. I don't know if you have anything you want to add before I move forward.
No, not really, because even because why as in order to understand why is it hard in the face of a common enemy. You know, in the case of we Biafrans, they turned everybody to hate Igbos. They turned even our own people, even Igbos, to hate their own comrade. You know, it is sometimes it's ununderstandable, because the worst thing that happens to a people is division. Once you are divided, you can never have a united front. That is the reality. And that is what the Fulani are using against any other people. And remember, if you study even the Fulani, at the early stage of their communal life, they were not they had many clans in Fulani tribe, for your information.
Yeah.
They had many clans. What happened? They had internal wars among them. They killed themselves before imposing unity on themselves. The people that started all this thing is called the Torobe clan. Torobe clan of Fulani. And they are the people that fool Nigeria. They have been pursued from every other part of Africa. This particular clan, they are the extremists. They are the people that always impose on other Fulanis. And they are very dangerous. These are the people that are there. Why are they there? In order to take over everywhere. So, but it is the unity of a purpose, as Mazi says, as you said. This is what the Fulani hates, unity. That is why they keep on putting puppets that can be causing division. Even in our land, in Igbo land, this is something. They impose people that they know that we hate, that don't care for us. They impose people on us. So that if we are talking one thing, they are talking another thing. You know? So that there will be no coordination. And without coordination, you cannot fight and win a war. It's impossible. You have to be coordinated, have a united front in order to move on into a battle. Otherwise, you'll be decimated. So, Mazi, I don't know if you have anything you conclude. Now we go into breaks before opening the line, please.
Okay, Mazi. Now, I want to talk about just two things, but very briefly. There is two things I want to call on the people of Plateau, the Middle Belt, and every indigenous people who are fragmented. First of all, the women have a serious role to play in this. Very, very, very serious role. Because in this same history of the Asante people, at the time when the colonial master was trying to defeat them after they have exiled their king, this same Osetutu, the colonial master was informed by one of the saboteurs that the Asantes have something they call the golden stool, and that if they take it away, the Asantes will be nothing. The colonial master, the governor then came and demanded for that stool. After the exile of their king to Seychelles by the same governor, and when he mentioned that stool, the entire congregant went quiet. All the kings and chiefs were quiet, contemplating what to say, because he demanded some gold from them and they could not provide it. He said, okay, give me your golden stool. The only person who had the courage to request for audience and spoke decisively was Yaa Asantewaa, and she was a woman. She was a woman. At that time, her son was exiled together with King Osetutu I. Imagine her son is already exiled, which means he's not going to come back. Basically, he's dead to her. She herself does not fear death. In a time when she cannot even speak in that gathering, she spoke and spat on that colonial master and said to the men, if you are here and you allow these people, it's because they have exiled your king and you kept quiet. That is why they have the audacity to come back here and request for our golden stool. And you keep quiet. That is not going to happen. Let's fight them. If they kill us all, they will not know where the golden stool is. If we defeat them, we will protect our golden stool. She was willing to die, and she spoke up, and she was a woman. And this is in the late 1600s. Somebody will now come and tell us that they are teaching us women rights. In 2025, teaching us women rights, teaching us the right of women to lead. Second person I want to mention is in relation to sacrifice. Before the Asante Kingdom went to war to these people, to these hegemonic oppressors of the Denchira Kingdom, the chief priest, which is Okonfa-Anokye, divined that he was given the information that if they must win that war, there has to be a great sacrifice. Not sacrifice of chicken or just a commoner or a stranger or a slave. It has to be a sacrifice of a royal, somebody who is a king or a chief, if they don't offer such a great sacrifice, there cannot be victory. And that sacrifice will not be taken to a shrine and be killed. No, the person has to be prepared, and the person must present himself strategically to be killed in the war. And once the person is killed, the victory is assured. A chief known as Enchi Bosiaku gave up himself, voluntarily went to the battle, fought, and did exactly as he promised. And guess what? They defeated their oppressors. I am not saying you should go and kill yourself. If that is what is required, who am I to say no, you shouldn't, for the greater good of your people? But I'm just saying that if somebody can sacrifice his life, what are you doing with your ego? Why won't you sacrifice, the small autonomy you think you have? Surrender some of your authorities and ensure that you survive as a bunch, as a group of people. Why can't you? It is something that you can do. It requires sacrifice and foresight. And I'm sure the people of the Middle Belt are one of the most educated people you have, if not in the entire Nigeria. They are very, very educated, very smart people. If you don't see this as a smart move, I don't really know what you can do or what else you would do. You want them to pick you one by one and eliminate you before you realize it? No. That is not the right thing to do. The best thing to do is find a way to rally yourself around permanently. And who knows, maybe after that you can be able to secure a country of your own. If they want to give you a country, now how are you going to even start? If they will say, okay, because of this genocide, the people of Middle Belt come together and form your country. You will now start organizing yourself now. Until then, at what time will you be able to go? Now that we are going through our own as Biafrans, you think it's a joke. We started in 1967. Stop for a while and continue. And it's still not a joke. We're still putting ourselves together. If you wait till next year, till next 2 years, do you think it will be easier? Because, like it or not, eventually, this Nigeria is going to break. And when it does, it's about those who position themselves right to have their own nationality where they can be saved. And those who don't, who are not prepared, will be swallowed by those who are prepared around them. The word they say for a wise is enough. Ndewo, Mazi Jonathan, and thank you all very much. Like Mazi Jonathan said, it is time to go on a break and hopefully some calls. Ndewo, Mazi.
Ndewo, thank you, and we are going to go this just a few minutes break so that when we come back, we open the lines, please.
Biafra, lovers of freedom all over the world. Please, let's make a date with Mazi on Friday the 12th, December 2025, where you'll be live on Radio Biafra at 7:30 p.m. Biafran time, discussing the 5 years of Eastern Security Network relentless effort in dismantling the killer Fulani herdsmen in Biafran territory. Also, there will be a call for Nigeria disintegration through a UN-supervised referendum exercise. Finally, Biafrans, there will be other insecurity-related issues that will be discussed. Please don't forget to inform others. Friday 12, December 2025 is the date, 7:30 p.m. Biafran time. Stay tuned on Radio Biafra. All the things to do, we can think about it all.
Nation. With the benefit of hindsight, this does not come as a surprise. Past American governments had once announced that Nigeria would break by 2015. When that did not happen, after 10 years, they are now taking deliberate steps to make it happen. It seems like the plot they are working on is to instigate a religious crisis in the country by provoking the Muslim population. Recently, the US President, Donald Trump, made an accusation that there was a Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, even confirming that churches were being burned and Christians killed virtually every day. He then started rolling out conditions to be met by the Nigerian government and sanctions to be considered on government, individuals, and groups. He went on to list Nigeria yet again as a country of special concern. Among the conditions he rolled out was that the Sharia system was to be abolished in the northern states and blasphemy laws be scrapped. Then, last week, a group of Nigerians living in the US, led by one Dr. Ebenezer Obadere, senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, visited the US Congress masquerading as so-called experts on Nigerian affairs to request the Congress to make the US government demand that the Nigerian government put pressure on the northern states to abolish the Sharia system and the Hizbah. At this juncture, we would like to make the following observations. One, even the British colonialists who conquered our land by force of arms could not altogether get rid of the Sharia system. Therefore, no foreign power can do it now, after more than 60 years of independence. Two, the Sharia system is an integral part of our constitution, which, in recognition of everybody's right to religious freedom, provided for three legal systems, namely the British common law, the Sharia personal law, and the customary law. Three, moreover, the Constitution allowed for concurrent powers that gives states the power to make laws affecting any of the concurrent list, of which enacting Sharia law is a part of. Four, unless the Constitution of our country and its democratic federalism is going to be trampled on, the plot to force the federal government to pressure state governments to abolish the Sharia system and Hizbah is not wise. Five, the Sharia system has never been imposed on any non-Muslims in Nigeria. Six, the blasphemy law is not a religious law, but a law enacted by respective state assemblies in order to preserve peace and harmony. Seven, the Sharia system has no connection whatsoever with the different types of insecurity issues happening in Nigeria. Eight, the Hizbah institution has never engaged in any type of arrest. It is an unarmed organization concerned only with the enforcement of Sharia moral laws within the ambit of the national law. Therefore, on behalf of all the 40 Islamic organizations that form the Zamfara State Muslims League, we hereby state the following. One, we in Zamfara State are more than 99% Muslims. We were the first to implement the Sharia system in 1999. We want all and sundry to know that we are comfortable with the system and we will never allow it to be tampered with. Two, the request of Dr. Obadere is not based on any expertise, but on biasness and Islamophobia. Three, the US has no business meddling in the international affairs of our country, or act as a custodian of a certain religion, or start a new crusade against Islam, with Nigeria as its first victim. Four, we emphatically affirm that Muslims in Nigeria will not stand by and look while a foreign power dismantles the Sharia system just to make some anti-Islamic Christians happy. We know that America has been sponsoring Zionist terrorism in Palestine and the genocide of Muslims. We are also ready to pay the price the Palestinians are paying if America should decide to come to Nigeria to dismantle Sharia. Five, we are calling on President Bola Tinubu to tread carefully. He should remember that he rose to power on the goodwill of Sharia-loving Muslim population of this country. 6, we also call on Muslim representatives in the Senate and the House of Representatives never to allow themselves to be used for the achievement of crooked objectives detrimental to the interests of those they represent. 7, we call on our governors and members of the respective houses of assemblies not to relent or give in on this matter. They must stand firm and ensure our freedoms in a sovereign Nigeria. We are also using this medium to appeal to our northern governors, especially the Sharia compliant states, to intensify efforts in protecting, safeguarding, and promoting the Sharia legal system in their respective states. 8, it is time for our traditional rulers to stand up and talk. The labor of our leaders past shall never be in vain. 9, our ulama and imams must stand up and talk. Imams must convey our message of resistance on all pulpits. Sharia implementation is our religious right, which we are entitled to. We will never accept intervention on how to practice our religion from any quarter. 10, finally, we call on all Muslims in Nigeria to be ready to defend our religion and the Sharia system, whatever it takes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. With me here is Mazi Obasi. Therefore, we are here live and direct. Today is the 11th day of the 12th month, being December and Thursday. Remember, we are talking on the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations, and we talk about Sharia, and we talk to the Middle Belters to come together. Therefore, our lines are now opened, and as you may hear from the clip, the Caliphate manipulations has been ongoing. This is how they roll. Today they are calling on Muslims to come and defend. Is it Muslims in Plateau that there is no Sharia? Is calling to come and help the Caliphate. Rally them round. They know how to manipulate the indigenous people. They know how to manipulate. They're using Muslim sentiment. And you ask yourself, why are the Fulani Caliphate killing even Muslims? Why? These are things you prick the minds of all these non-Fulani Muslims, but they don't think, because once they even Hausa Muslims that are being killed, why should Fulani be made governor and political representatives in a Hausa majority, heavily Hausa majority state and zones? But they use Islam to manipulate you the same way Ottoman Danfodio used Islam in order to divide Hausas, divide the brothers. As Mazi Obasi asked, how is religion more important than or covers your ethnic identity? And I also think that this is why these foreign religions are invasive. Anywhere they enter, they occupy and take preeminence. They take it all. They don't leave nothing for you. This is what the Fulani are using. And it is high time for us to understand their manipulations. That is what we are revealing here on Radio Biafra. Because we don't want their carnage, this Fulani hegemony to continue. That is why we continue maintaining that the Sokoto Caliphate must be dismantled. And the voice is getting louder, because now they are understanding that the Sokoto Caliphate is the problem. This is why they quickly dispatch their foot soldiers in order to use Islam to rally others around them. The people that they are killing, Muslims like them, but as long as they are not Fulani, they kill them. But when it comes to fighting an outside battle or war, they now start using Islam to congregate you. This is how manipulative they are. This is 21st century. You shouldn't be falling victim as you fell in the 19th century during the Ottoman Danfodio 1804 system of manipulation. Our lines are now opened. Our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat once more, +61 405 142 547. I have the first caller on WhatsApp. You are the first caller, please. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, are you there? Please go on. Go on. Yes. Go on.
Precisely from Anambra, calling you from Anambra. I travel out for Gbaja work that I used to do. That's a part. And I want to thank Uncle Obase. I think I got it right. Uncle Obase, thank you for coming in. And I want to ask you a question directly to Uncle Obase. Then, if Uncle Jonathan have a contribution to find. Now, the question I want to ask is, because I'm sounding.
Mazi Obase, can you hear him?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, sir. Can I go on?
Yes, go on. Mazi Obase, are you there? Can you hear him? Mazi Obase, can you hear him? Mazi Onyemuche, please go on. Let's go on.
Okay, my question is this. Okay, referring back to 2000 and
Yes, I can hear
I
you.
think 2010 precisely.
I can hear you.
When I hello? Sorry, can I go on?
I can hear him on the radio, but I'm not hearing from your own side.
Okay. Okay. Just hold on. Okay. Can you hear him now, Mazi Obase?
Yes, I can hear you. I've been hearing him, but I cannot hear you.
Okay. Mazi Onyemuche, go on.
Okay, sir, my question is this. I'm just trying to make a reference for a question. No, that was 2010 when I got to hear about Wazruke and how he messed up. And though I'm quoting individually, he messed up, but some of the person might go wrong to say no, he didn't mess up. Fine. But when I started listening to Radio Biafra from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to date, I've never heard or seen it that the media in the European world acknowledge IPOBs to be terrorists. And precisely also, this uncle of the whole world, Mr. Trump, who came in and said he's going to fight for Christians. I don't think he has ever seen Christians as terrorists, or maybe some of them who are, how do I say it? Who are Lamajum, that they are terrorists, killing people and trying to work on their own religion to be seen and popular in Nigeria. Now, why I'm saying this is that since those years that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have been talking about Christianity, let me just say this. Have you heard that Christians have Twitter handle that Mazi Nnamdi 2014, when he was exposing them, he said this killing is becoming too much. That is lying. That Christians have Twitter handle to carry out their information on how they are being met in Nigeria, in Africa entirely, precisely Nigeria. So my question is, are we tagged terrorists? Because why I'm asking the question is that I want to know why this man, who is not a member of Senate, came up to say what he's saying, yet the Nigerian government have not called him in to arrest him or probe him for saying this, since we are one Nigeria in one secular nation. I don't know if all I'm saying is this.
Who are you talking about? Which man?
This Fulani man who came up and said that the Senate, he's appealing for the Senate to look into this and let America stay away from coming to say they are attacking Islams or Muslim, however he could quote it. So all I'm saying is that it's noise on the background. Can you hear me?
Go on, Mazi, go on.
Hello, sir.
Go on.
My question is this: since I've been listening to Radio Biafra, America has never seen IPOB as terrorists. Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stood for Christians, and he said somebody should browse with your phone so that you don't look as if he's the one orchestrating the information. Browse and tell him, do Christians, the body of Kanu and PFM, do they have Twitter handle? And nobody answered that question since 2014 that I've been listening to him. Sorry, that particular, because it's beyond 2011. I started listening to Radio Biafra. Till now, we have never seen it that Christians have come out or with one voice, like Coca is talking from both sides of his mouth, to say that Christians are being killed. Now, this man in question who reiterated and said that he's appealing to the Senate to come and back this off from America coming to attack his brothers in the Muslim world. I'm asking, is it right for him to say this, that Nigerian government will not arrest him? Does he have that legal or constitutional right? Because I remember that Pastor Bosun said that we are secular states. Then why is it that someone who is practicing Sharia, which is parallel, and who has even felony in the constitution of Nigeria, not Nnamdi Kanu, now, why is it that he cannot be apprehended to probe him and to find out why he's making such alternation? So that's my question, sir.
Okay, Mazi, what's the vibration from?
Go on.
Okay. Mazi, thank you very much. I'm really trying to grapple my head around the question to know exactly where it's going, but let me just say this, that in the country where laws actually works, by the man making those atrocities in itself, he has not broken any law that I think he should be arrested for. It is just that those laws are applied differently when it comes to Biafrans and Christians. If he was to be a Christian or a Biafran, of course, they will have sent DSS to him and they will have intimidated him. But they own Nigeria, as we all know. They are free to say what they say. Freedom of speech works for them. It doesn't work for us. Freedom of speech works for them. The interpretation of the law against them is either fair or manipulated in their favor. So everything is right. All the condition is okay for him to say whatever he wants to say or do whatever he wants to do. And as for the CAN and the Christian organization, somebody came to one of our program and said, why should we speak for the Middle Belt? Because they kill our brothers, in the program, leading towards the genocide that the family committed in the Biafran war. And why should we fight for them? We are fighting for them because it's the right thing to do. We're doing this thing not because all of us saying this and are Christian by religion, but because we understand that the people they call Christian, the people who are Christian, are indigenous people like us. And if we don't cry for them, if we don't shout on their behalf, when something like that happens to us, people are going to keep quiet. Okay, they kept quiet before. Maybe they will keep quiet this time deliberately. Maybe before it was out of ignorance. You see, so I can't really tell why they haven't arrested him, and I don't think they should arrest him. He's saying his mind, and I think everybody should say his mind. But in the end, we know they own Nigeria, and they can say and do whatever they want to do. I hope I'm able to, at least to answer your question to any extent. Thank you.
Mazi Onyemuche, you want to say something? You had him.
Yeah, the final question is this. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Please make it brief. Make it brief so that I take other calls, please.
Yes, I'll make it brief. Okay, now, for President of United States of America to openly come up to say he's gonna stand to make sure that the killing of the Christians in Nigeria is stopped. Okay. Now, my question is this: if he goes back to retreat from what he has said out, because this has to do with his political career and also the integrity of entire nation called America. Now, if he retreats back to this, because I've seen virtually that last time Mazi Chinedu said that we are practical Christians here, while them, the Europeans, are cultural Christians. So my question in between is this: if he retreats back, not coming to make sure he fulfilled this, whether in a physical battle or maybe on the random table of political war, to make sure this thing stops and eradicated to the advantage of the Christians down here, should we on our own continue to believe that there is no religious war in Nigeria going on? And also, does it mean that we are really, free as a people?
Mazi, please, let me help you, please, because sometimes you ask questions that are basic. I don't know the way you see things sometimes. I'm becoming impatient. You ask very primary questions.
Okay, sorry, sir.
No, you're okay, but sometimes you have to rephrase your question in a way that could be, Mazi, please go on. Mazi Obasi, please go on.
Yeah. Yes, Mazi, to just answer your question just very quickly, politically there's something, I'm sure you'll be hearing about poison pill. Poison pill is a political term. It's a political term that is sometimes used in diplomacy, where a condition that you practically cannot meet is being given to you in order to justify a future action. And if you weigh your choices and you realize that the future action might be more terrible than the choices you are given, and you are willing to take that bitter pill, you take it. What are those bitter pills? Ending Sharia law. They are already fighting it. They have sworn they will not end it. Other reforms that has been given to the government. There are a tall list. I can't list them. We don't have that time. There are a tall list that has been given to the Nigerian government for them to fulfill it if the America must stay put. Now they are crying on the Sharia law. That is the poison pill. So if they don't end it, and America decide not to keep their word, they will be lying to themselves, because the policy of the American government is not a Trump policy. Trump has left there today. Tomorrow is going to be said that Americans make promises that they don't keep. And they, as a superpower, understand that you cannot make threats you don't have the willingness or the capacity to carry out. It is better you don't. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. Okay. And also to put something, Mazi Onyemuche, now you'll be listening from the background, please. First of all, Trump is not the only president of America, since even this Fulani terrorism started. This Boko Haram started, I think, 2000, 20 years or 20 something years ago. Before that, there has been killings by the caliphate through their foot soldiers in every guise. So, I don't believe in maybe pushing somebody that wants to help. You understand? It's just like this adage they said, where tortoise has been in the toilet for many days. Now, when he saw in the toilet pitch, latrine, when he saw people after some days of enduring all those things, he saw some people that were up on top trying to dig to help. He said, I beg, man, I do quick. It's very funny. So, what am I trying to say? Sometimes we misunderstand how things work. Donald Trump is the American president. He cannot take decisions unilaterally. America, that's how America works. Things go methodically. During the first term of Donald Trump, he tried to he put Nigeria in the list of countries with particular concern that time. He confronted led Buhari that time, that they were killing Christians. So, for me, there is nothing we can even talk when it comes to this issue against Donald Trump. Oh, if he failed to do it, did you push him to do it in the first place? Did you put him to do it? There's some type of mentality sometimes I don't like in our people. And this mentality comes from, I know it's a religious mentality. It's very hard to remove because we always believe that there will be divine intervention. And once anything starts, I say, hey, Nahim with the presence. Now we get mouth, we get audacity, where we should not even get audacity. To say, oh, do it. Now God put you there to do it. If you not do them, God will do you this. And where have you been since? You are crying, you are dying, like you can't do nothing. So, he's doing it. So, it is we that are suffering this, that's supposed to even work more harder to prove, to establish that there is Christian genocide. It is in the hands of every one of us. Look at Bishop Kuka. Bishop Kuka, a bishop of that caliber, denying that there is a genocide. These are people that are being used by the caliphate in order to try to thwart what even Trump is trying to do. That is why he is making efforts, extraordinary efforts, sending congressmen into Nigeria to make their event. Nigeria has tried to bribe. Were we not there when the Democrats were in power? Biden, did he give a damn about any of us? So there are things. That's why I say, my brother, one day there are some questions even I don't know, because you don't have any mouth to even coerce Donald Trump on any way if he fails. I don't like that statement. He can even keep quiet and to hell with every of you. Because yes, the American government is there to protect. Yes, that is in the paper. That is their creed. But if the leader, if the person in power refuses to do something, or he was shown the bad, the wrong information or deviated through lobby, because this caliphate, they have lobbies, very strong. They finance their lobbies. Who is the the chairman of United Nations? Is this Security Council? I think it's a Fulani woman. Not something. They have lobby. They don't behave like you people. Where everybody have money on his pocket only, focusing on himself, on selfish interests. You don't gather money to gather and say, look, let us lobby for our region, even inside Nigeria. But nobody cares. So I don't even have anything to say. That if he fail to, do you put him there to even do it for you? That is why I say sometimes I lose my patience. It is for us to do what it takes and remove this entire religious divine intervention entitlement that God will do it using somebody. I don't engage in that any longer. It's we that is going to save ourselves. We continue pushing anywhere help comes from. It's okay, but it's not something that we continue. We believe. Nah, God put. Some people might. I hear somebody say, "Now God put Trump there to help Biafra. If he didn't do it, God would." Come on, where have your God been since we have been? Our people with this bad mouth, we don't. We should. I don't know where we are heading to. That is part of politics or lack of politics we have. Instead of doing our own job, we are now completely engaged. Oh, he will do it. Is God put him there to do it for us? No, no. I said no. Come and call and prove me wrong. If we don't do what we're supposed to do, we get the result we are not supposed to get. That is the thing. So all hands must be on deck in order to help ourselves first, so that any person anywhere other help come from is okay. How many Saludo? What did he say? What did he say about this? He's an Igbo man. Because of his political position, he said, "Yeah, Christians are also killing Christians in the middle, in the southeast." But if to invade, even Nigeria that's supposed to invade America because of American killing of black people. Look at all this. And you think that they are not noticing all this? Come on. Caller on signal. Mazi, please go on. Can you hear me? Mazi Akas, I think it's you. No, sorry. Mazi Chinedu, can you hear me? Please go on. Mazi Chinedu, please go on. Caller on signal. Go on. Okay. Okay, go on.
Thank you so much, Mazi. I don't know how I can thank all the lieutenants and the very Biafran struggle, because without this selfless effort, our voice wouldn't have been heard. Mazi, there is one thing I want to talk about, although it is slightly attached to our message today. It is good we say out all these things. I want Biafrans and most of us that is here to check how the Nigerian government, with this Fulani, caliphate, has, if you watch and how they go about with their propaganda and trying to, covering their evil, you can as well bring the thing I'm talking about based as in on this same man where he was, how Sharia law doesn't infringe on the normal Nigerian law, and how it is meant for only people of Sharia, how they dominate.
Mazi,
Check
okay.
from even the I can it was connecting. If you check on how Nigeria presents their blackmail on IPOB or against Biafrans, you find out
Mazi, I don't know. You are
that's same.
reconnecting.
I'm sorry.
Can you move
It is
around?
the zoo. That is how it is.
Yes, move
I'm moving
around a
around,
bit.
Mazi. I
Yes,
know how
okay.
it works. Yeah. So these pictures and all these their antics and tactics, it has been one, but it's just that they have a docile citizen that doesn't ask questions, and they have a people which they have mastered how to bring out their hate. They will just bring red a cloth which everyone that is in the zoo will definitely say, "Oh, it is something of medicine and all of those things." and now bring pump action. If you watch on those same pump action, and they will bring box and bring all of those things. Before you know, they blackmail they criminalize up to 40 to 80 people, which they will take and do whatever they like. And this same thing, they know that as soon as they show it to the public, IPOB and Biafran this thing. If it's not for Mazi Chinedu, who have come in this very platform to warn the Nigerian government to stop putting a Biafran flag on this day, so they would have continued. But the point I'm pointing at is that how they don't change, because they are just preoccupied with their desperacy. There is no change of formula. It is just that same thing. When Sheikh Gumi used to make all his assertions, it is the same way, just what this man read out. And in that book where he was reading, he now said, unscrupulous element, Biafran, this one that is eyed on a middle belt, this thing to achieve their aim. But there is one fact and one thing I want to ask. Do you know in all of those things he read out, there was no out how he's going to stop, or how he thought, or idea on how to stop the death, even if he's Christian, even if he's a Muslim, even if he's ethnic. He did not profile. That is where people like us that have been taught, people like us that have dedicate ourselves in this critical reasoning and saying out things on the truth aspects, do ask other Nigerians to look at. This man is just like trying to feast on that same old as a pattern which has been working for them. Only say it in time of Renaissance, where people think beyond cement. And that is where I want to talk about our brother that is in the studio with you. Because when it comes to organization, you must overlook things. You must take away pride, take away what thing you might think of, and look at the ultimate result. Because that is what Mazi and Kanu have taught us in this very place. Every one of us that is in this very struggle, you know that we don't address ourselves with. I'm talking to the middle belters, just as our brother talked about, and also Biafrans at large. Do you know that we don't address ourselves with any educational qualifications or any traditional title or anything? Mazi. These are, ideas which we have sold ourselves into, and it is working, because what we are fighting against, it is something everybody, if we don't unite and fight in one. I'm talking to my brothers in the middle for the Igbo man from time immemorial. They know that these are the people that has the capacity to reason beyond any sentiment that you might want to build around them, and also fight for what is right for humanity, despite who it might favor. Why the British hated us so much, and that is why the Fulani Caliphate and their what will I call it, as a government, just as it has been established in Nigeria, are trying every of government through their tiger base, through all their military operations in the east, Python dance 1 and on 2. So I urge my brothers in the middle belt to align with us, because here we are not talking about off, despite that we are the ones that embolden these Fulanis to see and learn, because as you know from one nabe, that it is when it happens to learn. You must not allow it to happen to you before you learn, because you might not be alive to learn or to make corrections. So this is the time to align, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The greater danger here is the Fulanis, who have constituted themselves in order to wipe away all the indigenous people, all Christians in all over Nigeria. And the Muslims of any part of the country is not exempted, because the Fulanis are very smart, that they hide themselves in any clothes. If it comes to religious, they are there. If it comes to ethnic, they are there. So these are the times to be wise. You must make sure.
If you come, Mazi, you forget one. If you come to region, they use knots. We the knots.
Yeah. Everything that is in their disposal. Thank you so much, Mazi. Ever miss Radio Biafra? Because, Mazi, do you know that I have a testimony? Most of all these preachers, because our brother that just called last, what he was trying to point out is what Nnamdi Kanu said in time past, that these people see now, they have not been able to constitute themselves, come to a position where they will stand as a force to save even their own congregations. That you know that they can, they don't even have and browse or study or even inform them of anything. We know that these are government, these are Fulani stooge, which they have formed, just like they have formed what they in the Igbo land, what they call them. I don't even have time for all of those names. So all these people are just there to do their bidding. So I'm urging my brothers in the Middle Belt to come together. We are selfless in this very struggle. We don't hate the Yorubas, neither do we hate the Middle Belt. Even the Fulanis, that is normal. We don't hate them. We prefer solution for mankind. We have died for it. We lose our young men. We lose our territories, just as they have gerrymandered every one of them to the Middle Belt. And all this is a tactics, ploy, in order to bribe you in their quest, which we are never part of. So the story should be a lesson, should be a booster to your, to the pursuit of freedom. Because if we do not do anything, if we do not align together, it must not have boundary. Just if you ask me, they are Christians. What brought us together? Even without the establishment of the British ministry, what they call it, missionaries. We have too many things in common. It is just the Fulani that have brought division in order to conquer, to subjugate, to kill, and to wipe away every ethnic group in Nigeria. There is no ethnic group in this very Nigeria that the Fulani have not dealt with. Before the change of the 1966 coup to Igbo coup, then we are killing the Middle Belt. And then it was their plan in order to, carry out the same thing that they are doing now. And the purpose of that very coup is to stop this very same thing that we are now facing today. That is why if you postpone your doom day, will be there it's waiting for you. The best thing to do is fight it head on. Either you survive or you go down standing and fighting. But at this very time, I'm telling you that the Fulani are never formidable. They have no strength. The only thing that they are breeding on, it is the foolishness of the ethnic Nigerians. The hatred of an Igbo man, your love that they will give you oil, just as Alakija and the rest of them, that they have shared them for them, which doesn't benefit the common man. There is a great danger, which is the extermination of every Christian and moderate Muslims. So the Muslim that he's calling in that very place, has he been able to protect them? The people that they are killing in Kwara, are there no Muslims and Christians? All what he just said there is to just whip up sentiment and drag you into unworkable this thing that will definitely, prolong your suffering. And before I go, I want to tell you that anywhere you are, you should tackle for somebody like Mazi and IPOB, because we have suffered. There were people that was killed in Paul. There was people that was killed in on the Chahed Bridge. Uncountable that if I start counting, we will not live here. And then I still remember what most of you were saying, but today it is open and it is clear. Mazi, the testimony that I said I have is that there have been so many people that come together now that I talk to is on a regular basis. All of them, they have seen that all these establishments that they have, they do go to their churches. It is all for conquest. There is no betterment. Because one of the things that make me to stop, religious activities, because I started asking. For the past 4 years, I've not gone to church. It's not that I don't want to go to church, but I cannot be a party or in a place where my plight cannot be discussed. I heard it clearly from a pastor that the general overseer of the church that I was attending said that they should not discuss this thing and, exclude myself. I must be in a place where there will be, effort in order to salvage whatever that we stem today to be our problem. Which my religion today, my so it is in IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the Biafran project. And there is a religious killing which have started since 1914 to date. And today it has gone around to the whole Nigeria. Everyone of us join this very redemption effort. Mazi, thank you. I say, may Elohim bless you and bless the leadership. Bless them.
Thank you.
Words, what I can say here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We must continue. I have, but it has dropped, and I think with that we now go towards closing the program. Please, Mazi Obasi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Mazi, I'm here.
There. Well, please continue. Make your closing remarks before we call it. There. Please.
No, Mazi. Thank you very much once again for opening your doors to us every time that we're here and opening your doors to the Biafra itself. All I'm going to say is just very short of what I said earlier. For every effect that is real, there is a cause that is equally as real. Nothing happens just because you wish it. Understand this and understand the place of action and wishes. Ndewonu.
Mazi, thank you very much. Dear friends and lovers of freedom, the time has come for us to always have a complete retrospect about issues. We continue talking about the manipulations of the caliphate. Yes, we shout, but why are they doing it? They are doing it for their own advantage, for their own benefit. How do they reach there where they are today? Because it doesn't mean that they don't have challenges. They have. But they were able to overcome their individual challenges and face issues as a people because they know that their individual survival depends on their collective survival. That is why they look down on their differences and came together, start financing their collective interests, take their collective interests as number one, Ekeroreke, the caliphate, the Fulani, they have division of labor. You have the foot soldiers that they send to scout as Fulani headsmen. Those that they are doing their job, causing problems. You have others that are also attacking. You have others in the political hierarchy moving around, protecting these people, looting and financing. That is how things work because of their collective interest. But what is our own? Here we are like Mazi. He preached about the people of the Middle Belt in general coming together. Why should it be, be preached? Because it is very difficult for them. What of us, the Biafrans? There are interests, selfish interests or private interests. Everybody has individual interests in anything he's doing. Look at us here in this struggle, genuinely in this struggle. We are not being paid, but we take our time, invest our resources in order to continue this. Whereas there are others that are, some come into this struggle in order to have one benefit or the other. This is the problem. This is the problem. So you see that when some parts are doing, the others are doing the reaping. Their mentality, and others also believe that there will be divine intervention. That is why at any slightest thing, either hope is raised or hope is lost. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. Our people aware of action and reaction is like people in the area. Before you know, their temperature have risen. Before you know, if you do, it don't fall back, it don't fall down. Temperature risen, temperature falling. Because of our mentality. This is hope. Now somebody must come and do it for us. We cannot do it. Somebody will come and do it for us. Once there is any glitter of maybe as Trump is, hey, now the whole hope will be on there now. Hey, now you will do it. And people will relax. Many of us will relax. Many of our people will relax, thinking, hey, God don't bring that divine intervention don't come. This is a fundamentally flawed mentality. This is why we cannot sustain things as a people. If not IPOB this time, we cannot sustain. We are not dogged as a people. I'm telling you, it's very sad, but I'm saying it on air. After all, we fought for 3 years and everybody jettisoned and embraced Nigeria without no reserve, no plan B, no plan C, nothing. Everybody went into sleep. Who does that? Which kind of people have you ever seen that did that? All we know is to give an excuse. Nah, hey. Nah, you want to kill all of us. Nah, you want this and that. Hey, nah, well, nah. Because of the mentality we have. We want always shortcuts, but the world is not like that. You see, this world we are in is a very wicked world. I've seen it. When I read some books, I read some books, or I started listening, watch some documentaries, I shake head, I say, we are in our mentality, we need to change our mentality to get where we are going. Otherwise, we're in a complete mess. Honestly. Do you know what, just calculate it. What made the South Sudanese to fight? Do you know, 1955, before even independence, they started the war. And they ended it the same way Biafra war was ended. But they became, they became Atala. They said, let's be watching. If it's our people, everybody will go and start trading. This see this trading mercantile mentality. Okay, I saw a video somebody was making from China. Say ndị Igbo nsogbu dị ka that ndị Igbo na-etizi njọ ahịa ndị a njọ ahịa na ihe njọ video he show the video of ebe ndị ugwu na China the warehouses ha loaduru ahịa na ndị ofe mmanụ na-abịazikwa ahịa nwa ofu ihe nwa ndị Igbo ji na-etu ọnụ eme ọnụ that they go and import that ndị Yoruba ndị ofe mmanụ na ndị ugwu na-abịazi even ofu onye ga-ego ahịa ofu onye ugwu they have money now. Is it what you are look at? Is it not Obi Kubana that I'm seeing now that they brought down his nightclub in Abuja, tear it down, give it to another person? They easily deal with you until we learn to know that look, we need to combine and work as a people, support what we are doing. That is the only savior. Otherwise, who sometimes when I see Igbo people boasting, I laugh. Now I get money. Now this is a billionaire. You are working with Nigerian police protecting you. People that only one other can. I think Tinubu said Igbo, I mean VIP police, police protection. Police protecting VIP would be withdrawn. Only one order, you become nothing. Black beauty without black power is useless. Ndị Igbo ekwesịghị ịpụta na social media na-eche ọnụ ego nwere ego enwere ihe nwere compared with no power. He has no political power. What we do is begging. Ndị we so billionaire one begging. You listen to Obi Kubana the other day. I was lamenting that people are now as billionaire this but they don't know what they are suffering in the hands of Nigeria. That they can destroy you with a stroke of pen, and you continue shouting. They gave his distance, his club. Without power, you are nothing. And what are you? Yes, nothing. You are just ordinary political beggar. Begging for protection, begging for pity, begging for everything. The only saving grace we have is to come together, support what we are doing. Even you can call and give your advice privately, not on air. But when you continue thinking, let us continue. God will do it one day. One day. One day can be forever. South Sudanese, their war, 17-year-old war. So you know what is 17 years? Can you sustain 5-year war? Active war. Ask yourself. But they sustained the 17-year-old war. Brutal war against the region with Arabs. Do you know how brutal it was? In 1970, they stopped 1972 in armistice. And they continue watching. When these people continued encroaching on the agreement, disrespecting the agreement, after about 10 or 11, they start again another war. They said, no, we cannot live like slaves. Instead, all of us die. That is how you know people that merit something. Some are saying I had somebody and Donald Trump. Does it mean that they don't know what has been happening, how we are being cared? They are taking time. Now don't know where from. I don't know, Stone Age talking. Think that is how things work. In a automaton, because it's you when Biden was there. Can you raise your mouth? Obama was there. He gave us a terrorist to be the head of Nigeria. Jonathan ran away. What did you do? Now you see a glimpse of something. You have to even come and add your power, add your efforts call IPOB, say nah, I want to donate money, please. No, you will not do. I say, okay, if Mazi, let me tell you, with what I'm seeing, do you see the again when the Ndiofemano and Ndioku completely start invading the economics side, start importing. Now I may import ngwa here. You become, because instead you see they will buy goods. They don't care about making gain or anything, because they buy goods directly to the north. They don't pay for clearance. You go, they tax you, and you have to make gain. When you go, the goods you are saying one piece for 100,000. Northern will be selling it 50,000. The same thing. Do you think that the people will, because you're able man, become patronizing you? Now continue joking. Continue joking. Within small time, that area they will invade it, and then you have no other place again, nothing again, and when is no way again to move on. The only way is the hard way. Support what we are doing. That is it. Stop being nasty against IPOB. Stop hating IPOB for nothing. What we are doing the right thing. Are you getting it? These people, the Fulani, as Mazi Chinedu said, they are smart, they are shrewd, they are, and that is allowed in order to save your communal self. Everything is allowed. Intimidate. Look at how they come. They can use religion in order to rally people around them. They can use tribe. Say we are all not. We are all Muslims. We are all what else they cannot use? Now ask yourself, what do we use? What is our rallying point? Is it a religion one? When something is happening to Assemblies of God, Catholics say hallelujah, I no concern him. His God is more than his Jesus is different. He serves him more than assemblies. Choose to say, nothing go, if now nothing go happen. So leave these people, they have missed the road. So that's why they don't have faith. What they confuse to scatter the people. We cannot do anything without being organized. I'm telling you. And individualism is out of the way. As an individual, you can't do nothing. We are fighting against a monstrous systems that don't want us. Oh wow, if they press you down, they press you down, you die. That is what they even want. No person cares. It is us that must care for ourselves and raise ourselves and raise our hand. That is it. And that is why Biafra remains our religion. And Radio Biafra remains where we rally around, where we gather, where we worship. Therefore, we must continue until our goal, the restoration of Biafra, is achieved. Remember, tomorrow, Mazi Chinedu will be here on air in order to make some expositions. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with Mazi Obase. It is simply good evening.
Ebeka unusi Biafra gaimarapu Biafra gane bozo gamiri agaimarapu Biafra gane bozo gamiri Biafra gane Sombe Waboke Anijala Nawama Ona lemo kamna lombo wana juno
Night to you all great and wonderful Biafran people. I am Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Iheoma. Iheoma is in Olu province of Biafra land. By the mercy and grace of Chukwu Kikabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of directorate. Today, the first day of January in the year 2025, I have come to you, great Biafrans, to address you on very, very topical and very important issues concerning us as a people. I as well greet you in the name of the ancestors of our land, and above all, in the name of Chukwukika Biama. I welcome you to this very important broadcast. I will crave your indulgence. My broadcast normally does not last or stay more than 1 hour, but today you have to be patient because this very broadcast is a different format. Let me begin by saying that the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB for short, began the journey of liberation, the journey for self-determination, the journey of freedom, and the journey of liberty when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, without his own knowing, he was called upon to gather the children of Chukwuabiama for the work ahead. He gathered us in their millions. And along the line, like the sower, those who know the Bible story, like the sower who went out to sow, the seedling, the seeds he was sowing, many fell on unproductive land and ground and withered away. Many fell upon fertile land and they were nourished. They sprout, they grew and bear fruit. That is this in a very concise format, the short history of IPOB to this very moment that I'm addressing you tonight. And I will go ahead to give you a reason why many fell by the side or by the wayside. There are many family members of IPOB today who are not very conversant or who do not actually know what the mission statement of the indigenous people of Biafra contains. Not to talk about other Biafrans who are not even, let me say, our agitation for freedom. They do not look at it in a very, acceptable way, because they are not aware what were and what still remains the fundamental objective for which the indigenous people of Biafra was formed. And that is why I said today's broadcast is a different one, because I intend to educate not only IPOB family members, but as well Biafrans and the world in general, so that at the end of today, those who were deliberately and who have been deliberately attributing all manner of criminality and crime and anarchy in our land to IPOB must have a rethink, or they will perish with whatever evil attributions they will attribute to IPOB going forward. The indigenous people of Biafra, everyone who have been baptized in the fire of this very struggle, hold these truths that we as men, as human beings, we are created. And as we were created, we were as well endowed by our Creator with certain undeniable, inherent, and inalienable rights, among which are the right to life, the right to our liberty, the right to personal and societal development, the right of the Biafran people to pursue happiness and be self-evident, and the right, above all, for us as a people to determine what format, what manner, what type of political, cultural, economic, and social system we want to practice in our land. These are the rights that forms part of the fundamental mission statement of indigenous people of Biafra. I'm telling you this today because tomorrow, when people are saying, people may be wondering, we've been on this. Yes, we are on this because we are convinced of the trueness of our cause. What are our objectives as a freedom fighting movement? What are the objectives that we set out to achieve from day one? I am going to be very concise. What I'm giving you today is a concise or abridged format of our mission statement. But I'll give you the ones that are very key for us to take something away today. We as a people, having recognized that endowment by Chukwu Abiyama, not any other person, having recognized our right to determine our way of life, it is on that basis that we have affirmed our right to be a sovereign, independent, and a free nation, and a free people. We, based on that as well, have determined freely our economic, political, and cultural system, as above all, as recognize these freedoms that we, by ourselves, we have recognized it as inherent to us. But the world community has gone a little bit, they have done something practical to collate these rights into a written format and guaranteed these rights to indigenous people as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Indigenous People to Self-Determination, Articles 5, Articles 6, 7, and so on, as well as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These are rights, these are charters, these are laws, international regulations, international laws that the Nigerian state by itself accepted and domesticated as part of its law. Therefore, apart from our inherent right to self-determination, the Nigerian constitution, the Nigerian ground norm also recognize that we have this right. Again, what propels us? What propels indigenous people of Biafra? It's a question I'm asking. What do you think propels us into pursuing this right despite the dangers ahead, the challenges, and the many bloods of our people that has been spilled by the infamous government of the zoo and those of our collaborators? We took into account the danger of extinction facing us as a people, as a race. Anybody who lies to himself who doesn't understand this fact is lying to himself. The people, the indigenous people of Biafra, every nation that is in this very, very unit, we are under danger, a very serious danger of extinction, because those who are after you know who you are. Not only that they know who you are, they want to take over whatever heritage you have been endowed with or endowed upon. It became a duty for us, therefore, to take up that task to ensure that we conserve the cultural heritage and natural values of our people. It became a duty, a call, a responsibility upon all of us that we must conserve our cultural heritage and conserve our national values as a people for the benefit of our children and for the generation yet unborn. I am telling you about the objectives why we have remained unwavering. I am giving you the reasons, the grounds upon which this very movement has or was built, and on the ground upon which it operates as I speak to you. We know that we have suffered untold hardship, violations of our fundamental human rights from left, right, and center by the Nigerian establishment. The protection of the internationally guaranteed and proclaimed rights that we are supposed to naturally claim in the zoo called Nigeria. They don't give us any chance to even claim some of this right. And therefore, it is either we remain subservient, we accept the situation as they have given it to us, or we make a change. And these form the basis of the objectives, the basis of the foundation of the Biafran liberation movement, propelled and headed by the indigenous people of Biafra. And in doing that, very, very importantly, in doing this, in pursuing these our inherent right, these I mentioned, I wish to repeat, these are inherent. When someone says something is inherent, it is born with us. All the attempts that has been made in the past, in the present, or in the future to sway us out of these inherent rights is dead on arrival because it's part of us. And in pursuing this right, we made a very conscious decision. We made a very conscious decision to take up this responsibility and to pursue it utilizing every legally permissible international rules and processes. We made a deliberate and conscious decision. When Mazi and Kanu was saying RPOB is a peaceful, non-violent movement, it is not because he's just saying it. It is a conscious decision that we made. We made it in order to ensure that we do not and we will not play into the hands of those who are out to continue the enslavement of the children of Chukwukikabia. And we will continue to do this until we get to our destination, which is a free, independent, and sovereign Biafran nation. Do you know why I'm pointing out these issues to you, these very points? I know why I'm pointing out to you is because when you look at what is going on in our land presently, when you observe critically the constant killings and kidnappings in Biafra land, and after all these crimes are committed, the Nigerian government will run to their press and attribute all these crimes to the indigenous people of Biafra, to IPOB. They will call us all sorts of names. And some of you who do not have the privilege to reason, you will jump on the board and you begin to call IPOB one name or the other. And I'm telling you, this day, at least let it not be that nobody explained to you. I'm telling you today that IPOB will never set its instruments of defense against the people that it has sworn an oath to defend. You may believe me, you may not believe me. That's not even the point. I'm not saying that you believe me. I'm saying this today. My broadcast today is special because ndị dị ndụ ga-anụ olu m, ndị ichie ga-anụkwa my voice. So that at the time, appropriate time, it will be that he told them. He said it. Like we have all been saying and giving you things that will happen before they happened. Many will not even take note, make attention to these things. They are interested in Nollywood movies and content creation. Freedom fighting is none of this. What is our vision? If you have a mission, what is the vision of IPOB if and when they get Biafra? We are prepared because we have thought out what we want to do, how we are going to achieve it, and what we will do with what we have achieved. It is our conviction. It is our conviction that a sovereign, independent Biafran nation will be the crystallization. It will be the manifestation. It will be the coming true of the cherished hope and aspirations of a people, the Biafran people, who have seen in the establishment of this territory as a last hope for peace and security for their people. And above all, a last hope for the survival of a people whose existence is under great threat of extinction. If you do not understand that you as a race, whether you're Igbo race, or a Igbo nation in Biafra, you are a BBO, you are Izo, you are whatever, as long as you have traced your ancestry to a single ancestry as we are, you are under the danger of great extinction that has been put in place by those who know who you are and who wants to take over your heritage. The Biafra which we agitate for, the Biafra which we agitate for, the Biafra which we hunger after, the Biafra which we look forward to, that Biafra for which the ultimate price has been paid by millions of Biafran people, is one in which we shall respect the sanctity of every life. How then, if this is our vision, how then can we use any defensive instrument against the same people that we have taken oath to defend and respect the sanctity of their life? We have a vision to restore the dignity of the Biafran people. We want to ensure that individual rights and liberties are recognized and protected in the new Biafra. It is a Biafra where the rule of law is paramount and all are answerable to and equal before the law. It's not, when you begin to imagine where you are at the moment, where you have found yourself in the contraption, in the cesspool of corruption, like the British, let me say, David Cameron, apologies to him, a fantastically corrupt nation that has no remedy, a nation who eats the flesh of its people, a nation when their people have problem outside of the shores of their land, they will turn the blind eye. That is not the Biafra we are looking for. And that is not the type of Biafra that RPOB has set up for. And that is why I'm telling you, for you to understand, what are these people actually looking for? What I have some of the visions I've mentioned to you, there are many others, are what propels us, are what motivates us to be dedicated, to be devoted to this cause of the restoration of the sovereignty of Biafra nation. And above all, we are going to have a Biafra nation that will take its appropriate pride of place amongst the Committee of Nations. Great Biafrans, you may not hear me again, in this format of broadcast, but before today, it touched my spirit that I have to, because sometimes in our language, in Igbo, asina, na onye kpegbu na mmadụ kpegbu na mmụọ onye nwa bụ onye meriri. Often ogu ka anyị ji were eje on this very, sorry when I speak Igbo, because there are some English, there are some Igbo, situations I can't properly. Even if I do translate it in English, it will not give the same meaning. What we use in this very, very, from the onset, is what is so dear to our people. If anybody na for and ogu. I know you jidego for. Okay, now, this brings me to what is going on in our land. The criminality, the killings, the kidnappings, and the involvement of politicians in all manner of these criminalities in our land. When they tell you there is a problem in Anambra and Imo State, and maybe Ebonyi or Abia or Enugu, there is something that General Abacha said when he was alive. And he said, if criminality in any its form, or even if you call it insurgency, like you have all these bandits now, they call them, and the Fulani herdsmen. Whenever it takes more than 6 months to be put down, then you know that the hand of government is in it. The government is behind playing the music that those who are committing these crimes are dancing to. The politicians in our land, I want to tell you today, those of you who have gathered our young men together, handed guns to them, and told them to begin to turn these guns against their own people. Before I come, madam. You must retrace your steps. Today is January 1st, 2025. I may not have the opportunity to warn you again. If you call it warning, let it be. But I may not have the opportunity to give you this information again. You must retrace your steps, or you will follow the path that you have set out for other people. And specifically, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodimma, the governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, and the governor of Ebonyi State, Mwifuru. I hope I got your name correct. Those ndị na-akụrụ na egwu anụ na-abụ ha makwa na egwu unu na-agba na surugede bụ egwu mmụọ ka ọ bụ. And the small politicians in your midst who have formed their militias for the sake of election purposes, spilling the blood, desecrating the land. Now, for na. When Ata Biafra will rise up against you, you will not have a hiding place. I'm giving you this information. If it is expo, I'm giving it to you now. You must retrace your step. Hope Uzodimma, you are the one. And Soludo as well. Some of you You went to import killers into our land from Mbamiri to come and spill the blood of your people. What I'm telling you tonight, or today, whatever night, afternoon, or morning in your location, what I'm telling these governors today is that they must make a deliberate and clear, they must take a deliberate and clear action to disband all these murderers that they imported into Biafra land, into Alibo. This now takes me to Hanez and Libo. I said today's address to our people is a special one. It takes me to Hanez and Libo. You must, I'm sure our people will remember. Maybe some time back, I called Ohaneze to put their acts together. And that if they do not put their acts together, that they will become irrelevant in the affairs of Ndibo. They said that they are Ohaneze Ndibo, a social, cultural organization. Our people probably do not know that Ohaneze Ndibo is a gathering of murderers and killers and bloodsuckers. Quote me, Mazi Edoziem Nekwu. Ohaneze Ndibo, with the exception of the time when it was founded by men of integrity, men who have love for their people, men who wished the best for their people. This organization has metamorphosized into something that is undescribable. Do you know, Biafran and Igbo people in particular, that the Imobi of Ohaneze is peopled by the politicians who, like Hope Uzodinma and what is his name, Soludo and the rest of them, whose hands are filled with the blood of their people. When they now leave being governor, they may still go to Abuja and want to represent themselves there. But the painful part is that these individuals are made part of Imobi of Ohaneze. That Imobi, that organization that has said it is its responsibility to do what? To defend and seek the good of the Igbo nation. And then I'll ask you a question. How can a Hope Uzodinma, who imported Mbamili young boys to come and, the number of blood this man has shed in Imo State is unthinkable. But I won't go for that. How can you imagine that person who was there as a governor, whether merited or not merited, but he had that opportunity and he used it to spill the blood of young men, young women of our land. And now when he have finished that job, he will go back to Haneze and begin to sit on your own affairs. How do you think such an organization will protect your interest? If not being at the influence or at the control of external forces. Ohaneze You have one last chance. And today, your next election will begin this one last chance. And I'm not going to tell you what happened to those who were there in a succession. I'm not going to tell you. Elders among you, ndị ga-ajụ ajụjụ, ha jụkere ajụjụ ife mere those who were there, who took it upon themselves to sell the birthright of their people. Did they stay to enjoy it? Ohaneze, you have an assignment. The assignment is that you must reinvent yourself. You must reorganize yourself. If you, those, I know there are men of goodwill amongst you. That is those who are in Ohaneze, who have the interests of Alibo at heart. And to you, is this message going? If you keep quiet and keep silent and allow the evil men to take over, when the repercussions will come, I don't know if it will spare you because you are aware. And when you know and you do nothing, you cannot say, at least in how do we say it? In normal life, we say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. I am telling you now so that you will not say you don't know. I know many of you know. Ohaneze must be dismantled and reorganized to put at the center of its objective, people-centric policies, the interest of our Igbo, and not the interest of a politician, and not the interest of those who are manipulating you from outside. A word is enough for the wise. I'll leave this at this point. Now I will go to those who call themselves the judiciary in Igbo land. How sad, especially in Ebonyi State. How very, very, very sad. Governor Nwifuru, you are there. It is under your watch. You cannot excuse yourself because people will say you're not in charge. If you are in charge, who is the governor of Ebonyi State? Is Dr. Nwifuru, or I hope I get his name correct. If I don't get it correct, please, people should send me a message to that effect. But Governor Nwifuru, it is under your watch that young Biafra men and women are incarcerated. When they are discharged and acquitted by the court, your prosecutors will go back and seize them from the same court and keep them in prison. 4 years and counting, or 3 years and counting. Three years and counting. It has become the process. And you people may be wondering, you are doing this and nothing is, you think nothing is going on, nothing is happening. For almost 3 good times, there are young men and women, civilians, those who have nothing to do with IPOB, even if they have anything to do with IPOB. Even if they have anything to do with IPOB, you come to a court, you bring them to a court if you have anything against them, and the court discharge and acquit them in the same court premises. You will use security agents to rearrest them and take them back to prison and bring back the same charge again to the same court to charge them. Excuse me. I'm a little bit upset. You bring the same charge again, on and on again. And we are not noticing what is going on. This year will be different. And why, before it becomes different, we are calling out those who need to make amends. Those, Ebonyi is not it's just a case study. It is not in Ebonyi State. From Ebonyi to Enugu to Umuahia, we have our people in prisons. What have they done? Because they said they want freedom. You arrest them, you bring them to court, and when they are discharged and acquitted, you still keep them incarcerated. What manner of oppression is that? Do not forget, he who is, somebody will say, well, what can I lose? Onwabundi Nwechalo mansions, glass houses, Unwabundi, you have a lot to lose. In River State, I believe we still have people there. In Anambra, in Imo, and of course, in Ebonyi, which is our case study, Enugu as well. These governors, if they are not listening, I know that their personal assistants or those close to them are listening. You guys or you people must begin to do a retrospect of why you came assuming you came to serve the people. Are you serving their interest or are you serving the interest of an outsider? What I'm telling you now is that when it will those outsiders cannot save you because they cannot fight. They will not be able to face what will meet them. It is in your hands now to make amends before the time is late. The judiciary must stop unnecessarily wasting the years of our youth, our young men and women. There are 17-year-old girls, boys, teenagers. Imagine if it is your son or daughter. You take them and put them in prison, waste their years, 1, 2, 3, 4 years. You waste it in such a condition. Have your conscience been sad that you do not think anymore? We will awaken it at the appropriate time. And now, this one is to Tinubu and his government. President Tinubu, you can attest to the fact that since you assumed your position in Nigerian way, you have become president, merited or unmerited. It's egal. It's irrelevant to us. Since you came into power, IPOB somehow haven't thought it any necessary to confront you. We are not afraid of confrontation. That is what we are born with that. And when we begin, we don't turn back. We have not confronted you, but we are going to confront you if you go ahead with this Ruga nonsense in Igbo land and Biafra land. I repeat it. With this Ruga nonsense, Buhari called it so many names and gave it so many whatever. If Buhari, who is a Fulani man, who is a cattle herder, who have the agenda of their progenitor, who want them to, Uthman Namfodio, to send us all in the Atlantic Ocean. When he didn't succeed, he calling us a dot. If you want to do your Nigerian politics, please don't bring any program, any project that is quoted to flood our land with Fulani people and their cattle herding. Don't do that, except you want to have a real issue with Biafrans and IPOB. And we are ready for you. If this Ruga is a national cake, we don't want it to. We do not want it. If it is a development, we, the Biafran people, we say thank you. Give it to those who want it. How can you people always be insensitive? But we know your agenda. It's not that you're insensitive. You know what you're doing. You know, all of you know what you're doing. You people, the French and the British now to go and destroy the Igbo race, to go and destroy Biafra. They are there. All what those that will be sent will die in Biafra land. They will die because the land of Biafra and Ada and Biafra will eat all of them. We do not need Yoruga, and we do not need any other program in that format. What do you need? That look, these people don't think we are stupid. Though. We are not stupid. Our people are known as farmers and merchants. These, in the days gone by, these are what our people are known for. Merchants and farming. Now tell me, in this very dispensation we are in, we have merchants, Biafran merchants, Igbo merchants all over the zoo. Have the government used their resources to go and forcefully take anybody's land and give it to the Igbo people and say, because they are merchants, they don't have they are in fact, because our merchants, we are not one place. It's like they say the Fulani is itinerary in nature. Our merchant business is also itinerary in nature. Have any government done that? So for any one of you to even think that anything to put in our midst to change our demography, I'm telling you, not in this life, not in 1,000 years, it will not happen. Rule your zoo in peace. Don't bring Ruga, and we will continue to face our struggle. We will continue to embark on our project, and we will get there. But if you want to put more trouble into your plate, please bring this Ruga to Biafra land. Bring it. Tinubu, if you're listening or your people are, go and tell him, bring this Ruga to Biafra land. Then will start with you. Land is sacred. And even though those who step their feet on that sacred Ajan, they don't know what it means. But our land is sacred. And there is nothing this generation can do better than to ensure that the sacredness of Ajan Alibo remains as it is. The desecration, the blood that has been spilled. This is what I have always said, that when Biafra comes, the job begins for us. Because it is not just the physical manifestation of a sovereign entity, of a geographic space. It is the work, the spiritual work that we go into making sure that all the desecration of our land is returned to its virgin situation, or virgin position, as it were. And in pursuing this very objective, it behoves every member, everyone, every person who has found himself in the family of IPOB as a principal officer, and you hold any position of service, know you that your position of service is to the service of the Biafran people. It's not for your personal aggrandizement. It's not for your selfishness. It's not for you to begin to make voice note and begin to, now say, who are you? You are nothing. You are on this job. When I'm talking to you, I'm talking to myself, not just other people. I'm talking to myself so that we do not lose focus. We do not take our eyes off the ball. We have entered a critical time in this very struggle. If you make a mistake, you will lose your life. I'm telling you, and I'm telling you honestly. If you have joined this very struggle for personal reasons and not that it is for you want to make sure that your people and your nation is free, then you are in the wrong place. And if you are a principal officer, you are definitely holding the wrong position. When I was, reading our mission statement, when you look at holistically, in fact, if you put it in 2 sentences, the mission of IPOB is not only that we want a restored Biafra, but we want a restored Biafra in which our people will live and be happy to live as a people, in which they will not be harassed, be killed, be kidnapped, be denied their rights, be denied just simple amenities, and only for somebody to be thinking of bringing murderers and killers into our midst. That is simply why IPOB was set up. And I can understand many of you when I was saying that many of you started this journey at the beginning. Many thought it's coming tomorrow. Oh my goodness, Biafra. But they were not sad in the spirit of Biafra. They only saw the physical manifestation as the ultimate. It's not the ultimate. I say that we will be the rebuilders of that which was destroyed in Biafra. And if you are not morally sound, you are not morally equipped. Because when I hear stories, some of these stories that the principal officers are using their position to work contrary to our objectives, I want to say this today so that it will, everybody, if you did not hear it, somebody will tell you. Your position of service only has one objective: to serve the Biafran people and to serve the Biafran nation. In serving the Biafran people, you're serving yourself. In serving the Biafran nation, you're serving yourself. In making Biafra to be great, you're making yourself to be great. Don't look myopically at yourself to be the objective of you holding a position, because you will make a great mistake going forward. 2025 is here. What are our policy objectives for 2025 going forward? I have enumerated to you how we began, what our struggle is all about. I have also reached out To those who have become a cog in the happiness of our people to have a change of heart, there is consequences when they do not, and that they will. On the Noho Kirikiri will only tell it at that appropriate time, because maybe they will not be there to tell the story anymore. But they have an opportunity now. Ohaneze has an opportunity. The politicians have an opportunity. If you know, whether you're in the House Assembly, and what do they call it? The Nigerian National Assembly, you're in the Senate or whatever, House of Representatives. If you know that you don't have the capacity, you do not have the ability to stand and speak for your people, project their interest, and protect and safeguard and defend their interest, you do not have any business calling yourself a politician of Biafran extraction or of Igbo extraction. Now, what does IPOB have in store for Biafrans the year going forward? Our policy objectives will be, for the year 2025, will be a consolidation on the progress already made. Progress already made in so many areas, within and external. I want to just put it that way. We are going to consolidate on the progress. Have we made progress? Enormous progress. But the ones that you can see, I remember when I was telling our people 2 years ago, in fact, IPOB have continued to hammer on this very object or this very subject, and luckily and thankfully, last year that went just passed by, our people, they listened. There is no nation that will allow what it eats to be in the hands of other nations. It doesn't happen. If you do that, you have sold yourself, in fact, less than thorough. There's no nation. That is why IPOB has maintained that the full security of the Biafran nation is not just a question of we having what to eat. It is an issue that concerns our national security as a race, as a people. I will remind you, the time of the war, what the Nigerian government wanted to do was to send poisonous foods to our people, then they would decimate everybody. They still have that mindset. The other day, the North said their food will no longer move to the East and whatever, and the West and the East, they are working hand in hand. Don't be deceived. They are working hand in hand. All of them. In all that they do, their target is the people of Biafra, the Igbo nation. You can see it everywhere. Is it in Lagos? Is it in Kanu? In where? You see their actions. They target you, and they target you without apology. Therefore, when we began this very project of going back to the land, we knew that our people, of course, traditionally, we were farmers, but we are adventurous people as well. And we know that because the youths have been enticed out of our land to go to other places to look for how they can make the ends meet. Convincing them about the necessity, about the importance of going back to the farm wouldn't be easy. But I can confidently say today that message was well received, was well accepted, and it was implemented by our people. And I can as well say, we haven't gotten there yet. No, not at all. We haven't gotten there. We will get to, there's nothing you put in Biafra land that will not bear you fruit. I tell you, this is a rainforest. Don't forget, if anybody can tell you. There is no fertile land you can find anywhere more than you can find in Biafra land. Therefore, the issue of land, our land being fertile, is out of the question. It is for you to take the wheel. It is for you to assume that consciousness and make the step. Farmers are protected in any country. They are, in fact, protected more than even those who create employment, because everybody must eat. So Biafra land will not be a different situation. It will not be a different case. Go back to the farm. You can combine both things, because farming is not is those who have the means. You can combine both if you have other businesses that you're doing, but don't neglect the farming. This is one area that we will consolidate as we move into the new year. And I want to tell Biafrans again, like I told you a couple of years, if you are making money in any way, even if it is $100 that you can save, you save this $100, 100,000 naira or 200,000 naira. Don't keep it in naira. Go and put that money in a foreign currency. Either you put it in euro, you put it in Swiss francs, you put it in dollar, okay, yeah, for now it can still go. Put it in any of these foreign currency, because Nigeria is not, they haven't finished with our people. You have all your millions in the account. Don't ask now. Osisi ada don't matter now. You cannot allow a stick to stick in the eye a second time. And history has a way of repeating itself. If I may, let me just repeat this mantra. And there's a truism in that. And it will only repeat itself on those who do not learn from history. Begin to make little savings. Those, and specifically, I'm talking to businessmen, because it is you, the businessmen, who will be the engine upon which the new Biafra nation will begin to operate at its restoration. I don't know if you guys understand me. Those of you, all of you that are genuinely doing your business, if you make a profit of, let me say, 1 million, take $100, $200, put it somewhere. Don't look at it. Continue to do that, because when the time will come, Nigeria has no money. They have no money, and they are in debt that 10 generations will not be able to pay. And what are they using to pay this, take these loans? Your natural resources. Your natural resources in Biafra land. That is what Buhari used. He used oil. Oil almost wasn't bringing anything. They turned to gas. And the same thing Tinubu is doing. Excuse me. They are using your resources. They are not touching the resources in the north. Gold and the rest of it. They are not touching them all. It's on your own. So before we stop them, we must be prepared so that when Biafra comes, of course, that will be a story at the appropriate time. But for us not to be told that these are your resources, it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to China. It belongs to India. It belongs to France. It belongs to United Kingdom because it belongs to Europe because your government borrowed money and used this as collateral. We will not let ourselves be unprepared. So I said, like I said it last time, I know forget that the the money exchange rate has come down because yes, our people went home. Funds were repatriated from abroad to the zoo. Definitely, there was and there is, as we speak, a surplus of foreign currency. That means the demand wasn't that as high as it used to be. So it stabilized the naira a little bit. But give it a week or two. You come back to where you are. Be prepared. That is my only message to you. Now, in 2025, we will strengthen our internal structures. And this pertains specifically to IPOB. We will strengthen our internal structure to make it be in tune with the realities on the ground. And I will be loath to giving you details, but I want to let you know that IPOB and the Directorate of State and our men on the ground will not allow the status quo to remain going forward. It will not allow the status quo to remain. The policy that governments in our land churn out for our people, we will dissect them. We will review them, and we will take interest. If it does not attune to our objectives, then we will take action on that. That is why I said the internal structure of IPOB will be strengthened to make it ready for the battles ahead. Going into 2025, we already have started asking our people to bring their wealth back to Biafra land. We are doing this with all sense of responsibility. Yes, we are looking for Biafra, but we must ensure that while we are on it, that our people have the opportunity, they have the environment, they have the will to develop their given talents and gifts. Therefore, going into New Year again, IPOB will roll out projects that will attract. In fact, honestly, we do not actually need foreign finance into our land because the land of Biafra has people. Without a doubt, we have the human resources. We have those who have the capacity to repatriate part of their wealth and businesses to Biafra land, and it will flourish. and create employment for our people and develop our land and begin to bring it at par with the Committee of Nations. This enabling environment to allow this massive influx of capital from our people will require that the men on the ground must be very active. And when I talk about the men on the ground, I mean the ESN. It is on this basis that I want to call upon parents and guardians. Of course, the politicians have received their message, or have received their message. Now, parents, I'm giving you your own message. And guardians, I'm giving you your own message. And youths as well. Listen, and listen very carefully. Those of you who have taken up arms against our people, tabubo, meaning that today is still a day of grace. It does not matter what anybody tells you. If you were 10 at the beginning, you're probably left with 2 or 3. If you can listen to what happened to your colleagues, you have the opportunity to turn a new leaf. And when I say turn a new leaf, I'm not saying you should drop your gun and come and join ESN. No, it can't happen. We cannot be, ESN will never be contaminated with the crime that has been committed by many of you whose hands are tripping with the blood of the innocent in our land. You go out, you go and kidnap a man. You kidnap a man, you ask for the family to give you ransom, they give you ransom, and you kill the man. How much wicked can you be? How much mindless? How much barbaric can you be? And you think because you have a gun? Well, if you don't know, there's something bigger than gun, and many of you already know that. I'm therefore asking parents to call their children to order. At least tell them so that you will not be part of the responsibility when the time will come, because it will be, did you tell your child? Did you speak to your word? Talk so that let's say that you spoke and they did not listen. You have done your duty. You have done your part. The consequences that will fall upon him and her alone, and you may not be part of it. But after you have listened to my message today, and you continue to believe that the blood money that your ward or your child will be bringing to you from killing other people is what will make you, I don't know what it's going to make you, but it's not going to make you anything. It's not going to make you anything. Those of you who are in called criminality in our land, using cultism, this is not what your parents sent you to go and do in the university. It's not that you're not the only people who went to university. I can tell you, me, Mazi, where I went to university is the hotbed of cultism. You must not be part of it. It's not what your parents send you to. Ask, even if I don't call the school I went to, go ask which country in the zoo in the 90s and 80s and late 20s is the hotbed of cultism in the zoo. Hapo if I own imosu na naked and food and the rest of it. Children must denounce all forms of cult activities in our land. You that the politicians are using to cause problem. When they will use you and they have used you to their satisfaction, they will dump you, and you will be no hand will cover you, nothing will save you when that time comes. There is a time for you to call yourself to order. And parents, this is a time for you to call your girls and your children to order. Biafra land will not be a land of anarchy where courtism and crimes hold sway. On the land of Ajani, I swear that will not happen. Ajana and Igbo. It will not happen. Therefore, you take your time now and retrace your steps. This is where ESN comes in. I can shock Biafrans. Let me even tell you that from the moment Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in 2021, June, July, up to this moment, the indigenous people of Biafra, the Eastern Security Network, and every other arm of this movement has been sustained by the IPOB family members. When something happened in Enugu, they will say, it has happened. ESN, please come. ESN will go. When it happens in Ebonyi, they will say, these people have come. ESN, please. ESN will go. If it happens in Anambra, in Imo, in Abia, it is the same story. We have sacrificed our men for the benefit of the general people of Biafra land. We have sacrificed our sweat, our resources for the good of the land and its people. We will continue to do that because we know that what we have achieved is an impossibility if we were on our own and our ancestors were not with us. It is an impossibility. How can you fight an establishment like the zoo that doesn't know what to do with money and fight them to a standstill? It is not by our power. And that is why I want to publicly acknowledge that our success, we owe it to the ancestors of Igbo land, ancestors of Biafra land, and above all to Chukwuka. And with them before us, our destination and our final, objective is laid bare before us. It is laid bare before us. ESN needs the support of our people, even if it is moral support. We're not asking you to give us your money. Like I said, Chukwokike will provide Ifegeji Wechuliaja. Because we don't even need your money, because we don't want the politicians' money that are their blood money. We cannot contaminate this very holy struggle with such resources. But what I ask you to do is to give these young men, give them the support that they need morally, because they will need it for the battle ahead. Is the battle coming? Yes, it is coming. We will be ready. At the land of Biafra and by our ancestors, we shall be ready. And of course, Chukwokika being our strength. Our men have left the comfort of their homes, like I'm speaking to you here now. Here it is winter in Switzerland. It's cold. Snow is outside. But I'm in the four walls of my apartment here is warm. These men are in the bushes. If it rains, it falls on them. If the sun shines, it falls on them. If the mosquito comes, it falls on them. What they see, it's not all that they see that they will tell you. But it's for you to understand how they have volunteered themselves and making this sacrifice year in, year out. It's about 4 years they were set up. You will see. Where is it? Yes, don't worry. Our actions speak for us, not too much of talking. Our actions is what speaks for us. Therefore, in the Biafra that we are, in the new year that we are entering into, there is a set of people that I must call upon. If you like, misunderstand this. If you like, don't misunderstand it. I'll give you an example. In Switzerland, there is a project. There is a project from the city, the main city of Bern, to a neighboring city where they want to build what we call tram. You call this small, what did they call it again? Metro, something like that. They want to build a metro. This has been on for Chukwuge knows how long. It's been on, if not more than 10 years. And it's been there. The people have voted that this will go in. But do you know some of the reasons why this project hasn't? In fact, now it's taking off. It's taking off after every agreement has been reached. But do you know what was keeping the project from taking off? It is because along the path this metro will pass, there are trees, OCC, both old and young trees. And the people were saying, if you bring this development, it's a development though. Are you full? I want people to listen. It's a development. But if you bring this development, it will destroy this tree that has been there for a very long time. Until the compromise was reached and some of the trees will be preserved. And those that will be removed, immediately the project finishes, they will replace the same tree that they removed. Where am I going with this? I am going with this example to what is happening in our land. Our people are mad. Apologies. When I say you're mad, I'm not abusing you or insulting you. But our people have gone mad. Somebody will go into our ancient forest. Pastor Amaro, a man of dog or God. Or he will tell you, no CCRD here, no you have your custom, no family cost, no you have problem of your family. Go and bring it down. If you go and cut your Ife dinana before I'm on you go and destroy it. Say no, I don't know. I honestly I don't even understand what they call, but they will tell you it's a tree that is causing your problem. It's a shrine that is causing your problem. There was a lighter mood that Chimamanda made once. Of course, she said it in a jokey way, in a funny way, but she made a sense. She made some sense in what she said. She was saying that she was more than taken aback. when she went to visit some of these things outside of Biafra, that is in foreign countries, and she has to pay money. Those things that we burn, we take it out, put fuel on it, and burn it, and say it is Arose, it is the devil, it is Satan. We burn it. This, don't forget that the white man came and stole many of them from your land. They stole it, or they stole them from your land. And they have, if you see where they put these things, with air condition, man, these things, when it was in our land, it was in the nature. But they now put it, of course, where they put it is not the best. That's not, but for understand why they put it where they put them. And then you will go there and pay money to see this thing from your land. And somebody will call himself a pastor and say, this thing is a problem in your family, destroy it. Excuse me. Hello. I want to say, or ask a question. All those pastors that are, they have nothing in their head to tell their people what their problem is. Imagine for a day, Biafrans, imagine for a day that those who believe in Ordinana, who call upon the ancestors of the land, begins to go and tell their members that it is the church that is causing their problem. Of course, when they do that, it means those Ordinana don't know what they are talking about. It's because the church is not the problem. Will be whether the land is good or not. Now, Oyodna will tell those who believe, they'll call themselves and say, this church is the problem. Let's go and burn it. If that happened once, happened twice, happened thrice, there will be an uproar now. There will be uproar, even internationally. People will say that our people have started persecuting Christians. But now that they are destroying Oro Okibosina, Ebe Beluga, Megan Ugobelu, Ego Ebe Belu Ugobelu. Live and let live. What is your problem? Biafra land is a place where you can practice what you believe in without you interfering in what other person is believing in. And if he have made it a point of duty for you to continue to go and burn our trees and then burn our bushes because it is, you say it, one day you will go in there, you will not come out. And I want those who have this mindset to stop it before it consumes them. The other thing that I want to talk to our people about is, I ain't want no outside here. In fact, our brother Ainwa, those of you who came home for this Christmas time, I'm sure you have gone to the market to go and price only kola nut or oji. If you know go and look for okwa. If you know, go and look for all these fruit trees that our land was blessed with. You will go and build your house. You will remove part of nature from your environment. My brother, you are not complete. You are not complete. If you go on to continue to cut down these trees, give up folia, what are you going to show your children in 20 years? Pictures, right? Photo. This is how it used to be. This is how we used to have it.